Hello, beautiful people. How are all of you doing on this fine, what day of the week are we? Tuesday, uh, morning, evening, moment, time. Are you well? Are you unwell? How do you do? Hello! This combat event is something. Is that a positive something or a negative something? I hope it's positive. Positive? Pog? We take those. That's very nice. In any case, chat, how have you guys been? Are you what kind of day are you having today? Chat, did you watch the Dream drama? Don't get me fucking started on that shit, dude. God. Why did you have to get me started on that? Dude, I can't, dude. I can't. I cannot. It's, Dream Crash Out is so funny, dude. It's so bad. I have new earphones and my day couldn't be better. I'm proud of you. Axe Doctor. What happened? Bro, there's like... So, okay, you guys may have heard of the Tommy Innit Mizkif thing, where like Tommy Innit said like, or Tommy Innit was asked like, who's the worst person you met this year? And bro, like, without fucking missing a beat, said Mizkif. I fucking hate, like, have you ever hated everything someone has, like, said and done? Anyways. And some people started fucking yapping about it, and Dream decided to weigh in, and now it's some fucking weird ass thing where, dude, I don't know, man. But anyway, in a response, Tommy Innit said something like along the lines of like, Dream and his friends are pretty sexist. And Dream did not like that. And he said, like, no, I'm not sexist, actually. Where are the receipts? I don't even know what you're talking about. But he said that, like, literally hours after Ludwig brought up on his stream that he had, like, minor beef with Dream because Dream called one of his friends a whore. And he was like, well, like, you know, that was kind of shitty of you. What, like, you know, I don't really want to associate with you. Like, that was... And Dream replied with, like, 5 pages of trying to contextualize the situation. But it was about the wrong person. Like, apparently he goes around calling a lot of different women whores, and because of that, he had not like he thought it was about a different person that he called a whore. And the gall, the cojones it takes to hours after that comes out get butthurt because someone called you sexist is just, it's like a certain lack of self-awareness that I wish I could lack self-awareness to that extent, you know? Anyways, it's just such a funny situation, man. It really is. Was living in his own world, yeah. Anyways, wait, I'll be right back, chat. I've returned. Guards, do your job. The Jeff talking about Dream was not something I expected. Yeah, like, I don't care that much. But I just saw that and I thought it was so funny. Like, not funny in a, like, humorous way. Funny in a pathetic way. But still funny nonetheless. Let me get my blanket. Are you drinking bubbly? Yes, sir. Okay. I should start getting ready for... Oh, don't exercise redeem right after I tuck myself into my... Fuck you. Choose the right damn moment, bozo. Same shirt as looking? As look? I don't know if that's the same shirt. I have a lot of shirts that are this color. Is he doing a Risley cosplay? Chat, maybe? Once I've lost enough weight, maybe I'll do an actual cosplay. One day, perhaps. Who would you like to cosplay the most? I don't really know. Or care all that much, honestly. Zajef cosplay. True! Ugh. Zajef can pull a Gallagher cosplay, you think so? With my bubbly. No. Anyways, chat. I started adjusting my daily workout and adding more stuff. A few days ago, I added a plank to the workout, and it has made me realize that there is still quite a lot for how long? Only a minute. I don't think I'd be able to do much longer than that, honestly. I start shaking 10 seconds in. It's bad, dude. But I can still hold it for a minute. That's what matters. But yeah, I'm gonna try to do it every day. Alright, like, when I started, I did 10 push-ups 3 times a day, and that was it. Plus, but yeah. Then I increased to 12 and then to 15. Then I did sets of 10 push-ups plus 10 squats instead. And that's around the time when I also re-enabled exercise redeems. Then I swapped to squats. And recently, a few days ago, I added a plank. I don't know what the next step is going to be. Wait, no, I swapped to burpees. Not squats, but yeah. I wonder what the next step is going to be when I leg raises. I mean, I already do sit-ups. Just, like, while I'm watching shit. Like, not, like, as, like, a certain amount every day, but just, like, when I feel like it. The next step is adding extended cardio. Yeah, I guess you're right. But what sort of extended cardio could I do without having to go outside when it's fucking minus 10 Celsius? Jumping jacks? I don't know. Without an indoor machine, not a lot, yeah. Like, my heart starts pumping and I get out of breath and like it is cardio, but it's not extended cardio when I do my burpees. Imagine doing abyss on a treadmill. True. How many dumbbells do you have? I only have two. Two adjustable dumbbells. You should do Romanian deadlifts. What the fuck are those? Strongly recommend finding a 10-story building and doing the stairs. I actually do that, like, once in a while. Not, like, in a 10-story building, but I go up and down my stairs over and over. With my laptop in my hands while watching something. I need to just walk more in general, though. And maybe run, but, like, I don't want to do that in the fucking snow. Like, nah, I'm good, dude. Maybe start biking places. Do you have any idea how awful it is to bike in the winter in Canada? Not now, but like, yeah. Roads are wet, yeah. Roads are slushy most of the time. Do I not have the combat event yet? Because I don't think that's it, right? Is it not live on an A yet? It's not out for an A? Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. Anyways, speaking of working out, I have recently, actually, this morning, not just recently. So yesterday I talked about how I couldn't lift 35 instead of 30 with my dumbbell because my, like, module that increases the weight to 35 is what I use as a door stopper to keep my room's door open. But, well, I have two dumbbells, right? And so the one I keep in my room, I actually did increase to 35, and I started doing curls with that while watching stuff. And boy, is it a noticeable fucking increase in difficulty. Kilograms? I am not curling 35 kilograms, buddy. It's probably like 16 kilograms. More or less. Around 16. Curling 35 kilograms would be insane. I wonder if I'd be able to do to do 35 kilogram curls if it's like barbells. Like with both arms. I'd definitely be able to do at least one, but I don't think I'd be able to do a set of 10. Maybe a set of 5 I could. I might be pushing it though. You've been improving everything relatively quickly? Yeah, because, like, when I was, like, towards the end of high school and the start of college, I was actually in shape. Like, I have been in shape before. And it's easier to get back in shape than to get in shape, you know? Would you blame COVID? Yes, but I'd also be like half coping. Like, COVID sure didn't help, but I don't. It wasn't the only factor. Honestly, the main reason why I stopped working out is because of university class difficulty. When I was in Zajef, I didn't have to study at all, so I would just spend my free periods and like whatever breaks I had in my schedule at the gym. But when I got to university, it was like, oh no, I kind of can't do that no more. I kind of gotta study now. You're full-time streaming now? Yes, sir. No stall today? We'll do the stall after the resin. We've got a lot of things to do anyways. No. Okay. In an hour and 30, you get the new combat event. That is true. What are you drinking? Sparkling water. Mango flavored sparkling water. Quite good. I like it. Dude. Can I please get obsidian pieces? What's earning you the most, Twitch or YouTube? Twitch by a very large margin. Where are my obsidian pieces? No! Oh, why? Why? Level it? I already have pieces that are this good on Codex. Or on why? I guess I don't. I have really fuck, dude. I mean, fine, whatever. I'm pissed though. Like, I'm straight up fucking pissed right now. Unhappy, okay? Like, just get it over with. Just level it. It's not even rolling well. Like, whatever. It's fine. I'm probably happy that it's not rolling well. Yeah, getting below average rolls and rolls into the wrong stats. It's a 9 roller, but it's a very weak 9 roller. Alright. Are we gonna get a single obsidian piece today? So far, we have 7 Cinder City and 0 obsidian. Nice. Oh? Wait. Both of these could end up being upgrades. Wait. I'm pausing. EM, 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 EM! Okay! Crit. Just don't roll into HP. Just avoid the fucking... Just please don't roll into HP. You fucking worthless piece of shit! You fucking... Ha! Okay, that's good. Just don't roll into defense. Okay, that's good. Don't roll into defense. Okay, that's good. That's fine. No! If it rolled into... Oh, I don't think that's an upgrade. I'm getting pissed off and it's not even my account. Dude. Oh. In each piece. Yeah. Like, it's not even that bad of a piece. Like, I'm pretty satisfied with it. It's probably worth putting on Kinich and going off piece on something else. Probably on this. Yeah, whatever. For now, I'll just keep him on this. I can't be bothered. Eh. I'll stay on this for now. Dude. The combination of sets yields the most damage in the MAVUIKA premium teams. I tried Petra, Bennett, Shalota, and Cinder City, and Citlali Instructor, but it's a little cringe to play. Personally, what I would do if I actually bothered like changing the Chilonan build, is I would do Bennett on Noblesse, Chilonan on Instructor, and Citlali on Cinder City. Anyways, dude, that's we gotta change our minds. We gotta distract ourselves from the reality of our artifacts. Okay, like stare, pound, zilch. Okay, wank. No, there's a C. I don't know why. Whatever. Knack. Wait, that was an awful guess. What the fuck? Fancy. Vertically. I am blank, hear me roar. Elect. Like a bold haircut or piercing. Organization that might make you take your laptop out of your suitcase. Is it TSA? I think. Holds? Perhaps? Lowest ranking member of the Wolfpack, Omega. Risque. Racy. Explosive, that was TNT. I am Edgy. I am woman, hear me roar? Wait. It's actually woman. What? What is it? Why? I need an explainer. Why? What? Who? When? How? Women, am I right, fellas? True. It's a song, I think? I see. Ah, I see. Alright, let's do the Genshin Redact. She, probably. Okay, this is not Masters of Nightwind. I'm trying to think of the tribes. What are they? Masters of Nightwind, Scions of the Canopy, Children of Echoes. What are the other tribes, chat? What's the Milani tribe? I'm gonna look at chat because I actually don't know. What's the Milani tribe called? I forgot. People of the Springs? Not that. Collective of Plenty? Not that either. What's the last remaining one? Flower Feather Clan. Okay, so it's not Natlan. Did they remove the ability to guess regions? No. They kept it. I feel like it's a Sumeru character. I don't know why, but there's so many long names, and there's a lot of long names in Sumeru. And it's probably 5 letters, I think, in the name. But I'm not entirely sure. The title is hard to tell if it's 5 or 6. Who's a 5-lettered woman in Sumeru? It wasn't Nilo. I'm not sure if it actually is Sumeru. Daya? Layla? No. Okay, let me just guess the other regions. Okay, it's probably Leah. What the fuck is this? Yelan? It was Yelan. Okay. Okay! Okay. 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 I don't know. I feel like that could have been better. But also, I feel like Yelan's hard to one try. Alright. How did you guess Yelan? It was a woman from Leo with a 5-letter name. Are there any others? Ganyu? What am I doing? It's only Ganyu, right? That's the other one? Yeah. Ganyu could sing? Okay, buddy. Listen, okay? All I'm saying is, it is indeed hard to count to 5, okay? Like, listen. Anyways. Kaya. Balls! It's not Balls Day. One day it'll be Balls Day. Nahida. So this is likely an Inazuma character, released in the later half of Inazuma. Let's try Ito. Wow. Not in the later half. Wait, it was a 2.2 character. Is that when Raiden came out? It is, right? No, Raiden was in 2.1. Because it was, Archons came out in 2.1, 3.2, and then 4.3. And then 5.3. Or some shit. It's an Inazuma character that is not a claymore. So it's either a polearm or a bow. Polearm Toma? Nice. Okay. Even though the rain has stopped, you still need to watch out for puddles. Just like how the past stays in the memory long after. Sorry. Who the fuck is that? This is someone who is, like, trying really hard to be deep. But, like, it is not working. It is not working at all. I have no clue who it is, chat. Like, straight up, zero idea. Oh. I didn't know Cole was an idiot. I guess now we know. I feel like I'm supposed to know that, but I don't. Straight up, no idea. I feel like it's an Inazuma ability. But it probably isn't. Is that a face? Dude, that's like actually scary, dude. What the fuck? Chiori? Oh! Wow, that did not look like it. What the fuck? That did... okay. The angle made it hard, dude. But I guess this kind of looks ugly as fuck, dude. Like, this is creepy. This is actually creepy. Okay, dude. There is no way that this is just like a fucking tree with water. Like, no, what the fuck? Like, this is nature. Let's try it to study. Oh my fucking god! Wait! Oh my god! Pre-played? Pre-played? What the fuck? Bro actually jumped? Dude, I did not think it could be Death Honey. I just wanted to get to the next one, man. Alright, is it Bald Day? It's not. Damn. Character released somewhat recently that is not destruction. Let's try Rappa. Erudition character. Ooh. Released not long before Rappa. Erudition. Jade? Nice. Nice. Quote, I always get people asking me how my workshop makes money when it's not trading. Use your brain, it doesn't. I feel like I should know who that is. But I can probably figure... It's Serval. Yeah. I do know who that is. I don't know what that is, though. Usually when I don't know what it is, it's Himeko. Okay, it's not Himeko. I don't know. Whatever. The fuck is that, dude? Like a ball? No clue, dude. Hey, remember Hook? Is it Hook? Huh. That's crazy, dude. That's wild. Okay. I wonder how many people didn't get this one today. Is it Ben Day? It's not. Ooh, okay, well. It's Colada Day, though. Huge. Alright, chat. How many times did you put MAVUIKA post-race in the title? I think this is the first time, no? But we're actually doing it today. Another exercise routine? God damn. Alright, that's fine. I'm not as cozy as I was for the last one, so I don't mind this time. Ooh. I am dead. Same shirt? No, I just have a lot of shirts that are the exact same color. A lot of like plain t-shirts that are salmon colored. Sure. You want me to go get my other shirt from my dirty laundry? I actually did some laundry this morning, but I don't know if I put my clothes from yesterday in. I don't think so. There it is. Chat, this is yesterday's shirt. It's not exactly the same shade. It's just fairly similar. And then... I also have this one. And this one. And And I think I have one in my dryer right now as well. He wasn't lying. Hey, listen, okay? It's true. Bro, showing the same shirt again and again. True. Yeah, actually, you didn't notice because I was off stream, but I actually took off the shirt I'm wearing and I just showed it multiple times over and over. There is no other salmon colored shirt. I don't even like that color, honestly. You're gonna do the event? Yeah, but I can't do it now because I don't have it. Why did you buy 3 of them? Because I like the color. It's a nice color. You think Arlecchino and Singto can break the Pupilla shield? Maybe? Perhaps? Singto can? Alright, cool then. I believe it in chat. Anyways, chat. Should we do some Abyss? This Abyss is almost gone. Randomize Abyss? I would rather kill myself in-game. Our incentive to play the MAVUIKA Yelan team is gonna go down a lot next Abyss. I think. Wait, let me actually double check. Let's look. Homni GCat, Wiki, Abyss. Yeah. You're really gonna want to use Citlali over Yelan if you have Citlali. But I guess if you don't have Citlali, it's fine. Good teams for next Abyss? MAVUIKA. First side? You can put MAVUIKA on either side. She's gonna be really good on either side. Or like, you know, Vape, MAVUIKA Melt. How bad is Swanee with that? I wonder, actually. It's probably kind of ass, right? It's such a shit boss. What is Swanee mechanic? It becomes pretty much invulnerable and starts one-shotting you if you don't freeze it. And so many of its attacks are like weird timings that hit you when it feels like they shouldn't. Oh, is this thing HP based? It might be. I didn't know it was HP based. then. Let's just do this. There we go. Yeah, like if you have a way to melt it, it's fine, but otherwise it's like not very pog. Probably should have bursted. Probably can skip it if it's HP based. I don't think you can. Like, you can in Overworld, but I don't think it's reasonable to skip it outside of Overworld. Like, I remember I was struggling to one-rotate it in Overworld. Oh my god, he fucking dodged. But yeah, right, see, like, we pretty much one-shot it, and we still had to deal with the mechanic. Like, yeah. But it's the first time Swanee is in Abyss, so we don't know how the mechanics are going to be different from usual. Shields instantly? Oh. Why? What am I even gonna play? Like, I guess you really want a team that has cryo? But like, I also really want MAVUIKA second side, but like, I could just do this first side. But then, that's kind of cringe, you know? That's not Pog, that's kind of meh. I'd rather have MAVUIKA for this side, you know? But I guess I could just play Arlecchino Overload second side. But like, then we don't benefit from this or this. Like, I'd much rather... Oh. I guess we do this? But like, no Bennett? Oh. That's not ideal. Try new hard event. It's literally not live on my region yet. Calm down. Like, what would I even do here? I don't fucking know, man. Double Hydro? But I need something here. I don't know, dude. It just feels ass. It feels like ass, man. Like, that's all there's I gotta say about it, man. Oh. I guess I could just... Maybe we just do this? Perhaps? I'm not happy about it, but, like, it would probably work. I guess it depends on how bad the Swanee is without a cryo unit. And like, we'll have to test it, you know. Does the Abyss dude have the same amount of elemental shield? I don't know. Maybe it's more. This shit is ass. It's crazy that you can't vapor melt on the white shield. Yes, it is. It is indeed. Anyways, let's do an Abyss run. We can't really play the optimal MAVUIKA team this Abyss, so let's play Elon. MAVUIKA, Bennett, Elonin, Elon. What do I want to play on the other side? I think... Mono Hydro? No. I do Hydro teams too often. I don't want to do a Hydro team. Can't see Lally shoot down the Drake chest. Are you able to do it consistently? Because I sure as fuck can't. Chaska without Bennett? Against the Wolf Lord? Playing Abyss for fun is miserable this rotation because I always need Hydro and Geo first half. Yeah, it's pretty miserable indeed. Yeah. You are right. It is miserable. Gaming? Bro. What the fuck kind of gaming team do you want me to play here? Like, without Bennett? Without Chilonen? Need Hydro? Need Geo? Like what? Gaming, Xianyun, Farina, Zhongli or some shit. Against these enemies that have really high power resistance and innate pyro aura. Like, nah, there's no fucking shot, man. Chow? What, Chow without Farazan? I guess? I like Chow Farina, but then you need a Geo, and then do you go Farazan or Xianyun? Well, without Xianyun, you don't have a healer, so Farina kind of becomes ass. So yeah, you're playing Xiao without Farazan. That doesn't seem very pog. That sure doesn't seem pog. God, this abyss is so ass. I'm just gonna play Hyper Bloom. Fuck it, dude. Like I don't care. I'm just gonna play Hyper Bloom. Just can't be bothered. It'll work. Wow, such original today. Shut up. No sound? Oh yeah. I turned the sound off when I was recording yesterday and I forgot to turn it back on. Oops. Fuck. I fucked up. Well. All right. Let me actually turn on the volume. Sorry. Sorry. Can you explain how Bloom works off 1U up against these pyro balls? Aura's weird. Basically. Wanted a reminder for the Jason vid? Yes, I did. Remind me again once I'm done with this of this. What? Hello? Bam. 43k hyper blooms. That's not bad. Holy. C2 now. He doesn't know. No, these are 43k normal hyper blooms on all C0. It's the power of 1072 flop Raiden with Zhongli's Res Shred. I fucked that up. Well, whatever. I mean, it doesn't matter. Try to make sure I finish with. He dodged. I was gonna say I'm gonna try to make sure I finish with my bursts up, and then he dodged. Ah, my E missed! No, I fucked up. Wait. Oh, whatever. It'll do. Ah, no! That was real bad. My angle was bad.
This is order. Gather.
No, my sword. Witness the power of the wild. Committed to memory. Shine down.
Oh well. Feels good, man. Feels good, man. It really does feel good to play this team. Jay's turn vid? Yes. Yes. Yeah, we can take a look at that. Hmm. Let me fucking find it.
Oh, this is overdue. Let's talk about MAVUIKA. MAVUIKA is the best DPS. MAVUIKA is the best support. MAVUIKA is the best overworld character. MAVUIKA is the Pyro Archon. MAVUIKA is broken and boring. It's taken me so long to put this video together. I was waiting for some more stuff to solidify, results, and really because I wasn't sure what I wanted to say and add to the conversation. Before we really start talking about power creep and what MAVUIKA really means in Genshin Impact, let's do a basic guide. Sets, you're going to use Obsidian Codex if you use a burst, otherwise you're going to use Scroll.
You know, so far, the thing that he said that I disagree with the most is MAVUIKA being the best, sure, wait, that's actually so true. Wait. Oh my, actual same shirt, dude. That's crazy. That's it's a Genshin TC uniform. Oh, wait. Yeah, we gotta take the glasses off as well. Gotta make sure the inside of this thing doesn't show. I'm gonna try to. All right. Huge. All right, chat. We're ready.
Support, pretty simple stuff. Weapons, the 5-star weapon.
Yeah, as I was saying, the part I disagree with the most so far is that MAVUIKA is a good overworld character. Okay, like
Serpent Spine, Bellflower, Earthshaker, roughly in that order, with Redhorn Stone Thresher slightly above Serpent Spine. When we talk about MAVUIKA's gameplay, at a baseline, it is burst and then hold charged attack, which is C8F, charge 8 times, then finisher. If you want to attempt to min-max your vapes or melts, you can do C3FD, C3FD, CF, which is charge 3 times, finisher, dash, charge 3 times, finisher, dash. For melt, I find the dash inconsistent. I end up applying Pyro again quickly. So I've been doing C3F, dash, C1, or CF. If you want to play with Jinto or Yelan, you can.
No, I know about the Pogo tech. I just don't. Her thing. Okay, it's not that MAVUIKA's bad in overworld. It's that her her overworld ability, other than just going fast, is ass. Like, her traversal in the air is awful. Her her ability to go up walls feels a lot worse than Shalonen's. And she's really bad at going across water. Like, she is significantly worse than Chaska at flying, significantly worse than Molani at gliding, and significantly worse than Chilonen at climbing. She's functional at all of them, but like, it really doesn't feel great to play her in overworld in all of those situations.
You can do C2D, which is charge, dash, because the opening charge counts as start of a basic attack animation, which will trigger Xingqiu and Yelan. Awesome stuff. Another option for melt, very similar to the C3F, which is C4J. Charge 4 times jump, charge 4 times jump, finisher. Straightforward stuff, right? You might have already heard about this. If you haven't, I hope this was useful. I do have videos showing all of these combos. Hopefully they were playing as I was talking about them, and maybe some of them are still playing, I'm not sure. Teams play the DPS teams, which are Seatlali, Shilin and Bennett, Farina,
Shilonen and... Okay. Yeah.
Shilin and Bennett, Yelan, Shilin and Bennett.
Wait, what?
The DPS teams, which are Seatlali, Shilin and Bennett, Farina, Shilin and Bennett, Yelan, Shilin and Bennett, Seatlali, Diona Bennett, Seatlali, Rosaria Bennett, Xingqiu, Aurora and Bennett, which is the 4-star only team that I recommend.
That's fair, I guess. That's fair, yeah.
You could also do Farina, Yelan, Shilin. This is especially good if you have Seek 2 on your MAVUIKA. She just has a ton of attack. Seatlali, Kazuha, Shilin, very similar. Notable support teams that I want to highlight. Yeah, I want to highlight some support teams. So these are the ones that I found notable and where I found MAVUIKA particularly to be very useful. Cloran, Chevres, Kinich. When you play Kinich with MAVUIKA, you're going to put MAVUIKA on scroll. You're going to use Farina or Emily, and then Bennett. Whether it be Farina or Emily, you want that character on Deepwood. Navi is Shilin and Bennett. Grizzly, Bennett, and then the flex there is going to be Shilin, Seatlali is Shanling, Chaska, Seatlali, Bennett, Bualani, Seatlali, Shilin. You kind of get the idea. These teams all look and play pretty similarly, where you benefit from the pyro that MAVUIKA applies, you get the scroll buff, play a DPS, it's pretty cool. You get the upfront damage from MAVUIKA's burst. It's cool stuff. Like, comment, subscribe. We're gonna try to do more Zenless content. More Genshin content is coming. Did you know most of you watching are not currently subscribed? You should subscribe. The Xiangling comparison has probably been talked to death, so I don't want to focus on it, but I do want to throw out, yeah, in practice I find MAVUIKA.
Wait, I didn't actually know that White Tassel is on Xiangling's default, or like that. What do you call this? I don't know, whatever. Flash art, yeah.
Better focus on it, but I do want to throw out, yeah, in practice I find MAVUIKA better for these notable teams. It is what it is. Technically the way that she's better than Xiangling is in a somewhat power creepable way. If they ever want to make a more dedicated character for that slot, they are still able to, but I don't want to just speculate and say maybe there'll be something better in the future. This is now, and MAVUIKA is very good here. So yes, don't sleep on MAVUIKA support, it's very good. So now that we kind of got the basics out of the way, I want to be a bit more personal. So I do a lot of the DPS calcs for characters in pre-release and post-release in Genshin Impact. On paper, DPS is not a strictly reliable measure for the performance of a character. I want that to be very well understood before I talk about what I'm going to talk about, because this is going to be very sheet heavy, and I don't want people to have the takeaway be, the sheet says it, so it must be true, because that's not the entire story. If you look online, a lot of very common criticisms people have for sheet DPS is when rotations are unreasonably complex, damage from off-field characters being a scam. Characters like Official and Farina, people like to pretend they do 0 damage. And we're actually going to talk about that. Damage versus time
What
distribution.
constellation is this behind?
So this is talking about front load, back load, consistent damage, or short.
C6? C3? C3R2? That's so weird.
Rotation times being a scam. This is primarily for Linny and Arlecchino and other similar 15-second rotation characters. So those are the common criticisms. Keep those things in mind because I do want to try to address most of it as we go. Something else I'm going to be doing, where we talk about MAVUIKA Melt, I've done a compilation through the different MAVUIKA Melt combos. So you can feel free to take away whatever result you want from whatever combo you find the most relatable, doable, easiest, something like that. Big thank you to a lot of my Discord community, specifically Prestel and Hyperwebster, for doing their own calculations, giving me something to check against, challenging my results, and so on and so forth. It's a community. Check out, join us. It's always helpful to have more people doing things because the more people look at a DPS calc, more accurate it gets. It's an iterative process. To avoid accusations about bias for a specific character, if I end up including it, I do have a sourced DPS calc from your favorite tool. So don't be upset at me, be upset at them. So this is MAVUIKA's team DPS over the 18-second rotation. So this is split up first rotation, second rotation, and the average number, this is entirely because of Thrilling Tales of Dragonslayer, TTDS, on Seat Lolly. Because of that, there is a damage variation from the first rotation to the second rotation. So that is accounted for here and hopefully represented. Now, if we take out the team damage, this is MAVUIKA's personal DPS in these. All right, I want you to see these numbers. You should see a range from 71k to 116k regarding personal, and regarding team DPS, you should see a range from 124 to 80. Now, let's talk about some common
Those are not the numbers that are on the screen, but that's okay.
games that you'll see today. I've just roughly out of a hat picked, let's go with 3 examples, okay? We've got Arlecchino with Seat Lolly, Shilin, and Bennett, so the same team as MAVUIKA here. Yvillette with Farina, Kazuha, Shilinen. And just as an example of what team DPS can look like, here is Hutao with Yelan, Farina, Shilinen. Yeah, you get the idea. So yeah, you can kind of easily see, depending on your assumptions, MAVUIKA herself can outdamage entire teams. Hutao herself is doing roughly 35k DPS here. It's technically not her highest personal DPS team, but it communicates the idea that teams are generally not just one character. So the other example you see here is Arlecchino. This is Arlecchino over 16 seconds. This is Arlecchino over 18 seconds, which is the same period of time as MAVUIKA is doing her damage. If we want to talk about the personal DPS comparison between Arlecchino and Neuvillette and MAVUIKA, so Neuvillette doing roughly 65k personal DPS, Arlecchino over 16 seconds being 81, Arlecchino over 18 seconds being 72. So to be as bad faith as possible, as extreme as possible, I'm gonna compare this against the highest, or essentially the first rotation optimal combo, got all your melts, you didn't get unlucky, MAVUIKA, just because I think it demonstrates a point that I really want to make. If you look at that comparison, MAVUIKA herself does about 78% more personal DPS than Neuvillette, 40 to 60% more than Arlecchino in their respective team. It is not entirely inaccurate to say that about MAVUIKA in comparison to Neuvillette, but it is misleading. Did you know Farina does a lot of damage? Roughly 30k DPS on top of Neuvillette's own. Yeah, that's good. Farina does not do 0 damage. Very few supports do 0 damage. Even Seat Lolly is roughly 100k. The reason I wanted to specifically look at Arlecchino in this team is it's an identical team, so we can look at their performance in similar teams. If you had to know, Arlecchino can do more damage unreacted, but those are not exactly the player favorite teams. The most common Arlecchino teams are Vape, and they probably will be Seat Lolly Melt. Oh, this is the comparison. Sorry. If you had to know, the Overload teams and the unreacted teams are not necessarily higher DPS than Seat Lolly Melt anyway. Especially if we look over first rotation, which is what we're doing here. Technically, Arlecchino has a...
I'm actually curious what Arlecchino team he was using for this. Does anyone know? Same as MAVUIKA, I see.
Because of TTDS and her Bond of Life mechanic. She does less damage on her first rotation, except...
Are you sure? I felt like that DPS was a little low for that team, but maybe not. I don't know.
Except TTDS kind of evens that out. So if we look at over 2 rotations, this is the difference. It's not significant enough for me to really talk about it beyond just the disclaimer that this is first rotation and second rotation is about the same, but your third rotation is about 15% better than the first rotation. So that's cool. Unfortunately, it's your third rotation. So for the sake of this, it's not necessarily very useful.
Arlecchino doesn't gain as much from Seat Lolly. I mean, that's technically true, but she still gains a lot. How many melts is he assuming? Yeah, maybe he's assuming that he's assuming like an average case scenario and not a best case scenario for Arlecchino.
This will be a
Perhaps. He said best case scenario, really?
teamwork is strict. Get to work. Suffer the wrath.
Why was my damage not good? Did I do something wrong? Yeah, I did. Okay. I could tell something went wrong. My damage is a bit lower than it was supposed to be.
Bring it. I'm going in. Eat Lolly. Eat Papa.
Yeah, this is how it's supposed to go.
With teamwork is fulfill our path. Suffer the.
Can you start with extra bond of life? I did, yes. I also did start with extra bond of life, but that's okay. It is what it is. They should use then 5D. I don't like in 5D as much as in 3D, but in fact, it works. Artifacts on Shalona and Seat Lolly. You probably should have Shalona on Instructor, but she's on Inner City because I can't be bothered. Where can I get the DC uniform? I don't know, man.
Adventure team, assemble.
Two girls over Shalona in here? Fuck no. That would be awful. Well, it wouldn't be awful, but it would be worse. I guess in this case, because the enemy's dying quick enough, two girls would be better. Because the enemy's actually dying in 6 autos, right?
Let's light it up. I'm going in. Stand clear. Get to work. You two. Tight.
Fuck. Okay, I don't want to talk about it, chat. Not having the energy for my Sitlali kind of made my brain stop working for a second. How is it still aggroed? What the fuck is going on? Whatever.
Let's light it up. Stand clear. Animal test.
Bro's tweaking, yeah, man. It's yeah. But yeah, having a one Natlan team with Sitlali makes her ER requirements feel so much harder.
Everybody stand. Stand clear. Fulfill our path. Suffer the.
Okay, what was that? Where did my crits go? Where did my reactions go? What the fuck happened?
Going in. Stand clear. Get to work. Laline, eat Papa.
Where are my reactions going? Where are my crits going? What is going on? I don't even have that little crit rate. Like, I'm at fucking 80%. Like, come on, dude. We can do better than that.
Everybody stand. Animal test 63. Suffer the wrath.
Okay, my Arlecchino is straight up allergic to critting the first attack. What's...
Going in. Stand clear. Laline, eat Papa.
I accidentally did N2D, but still. We killed it in 5 attacks. Not bad. Took 5 normal attacks. Sucrose supremacy? You're so right, actually. Big number, better than more damage overall. Maybe you're right, honestly. Maybe I should listen to you. I'm down. Like, fuck it, dude. Kazuha's downfall needs to be studied. True! Kazuha, more like dead Zuha, am I right?
Silence. The tides beckon.
You still have a special place in my heart.
Clouds high. The birds care for coming was foretold. Dance with me.
Bro, what?
Time to shine.
I'm sorry to hear that. Fuck.
The eternal oasis at long last.
Not done yet. The curtain.
Wind strike.
Justice is blind. The tides beckon.
Yeah, this is actually Zajef77. Like, if that's not a joke, I'm sorry to hear that. Anyways,
Teamwork is strict. Animal test. Show no mercy. You two. Overrule. Everybody stand. Absorption test. Fulfill our path. Suffer them.
allergic to crits.
Teamwork is strict. Absorption test. Show no mercy.
That's fine.
Bring it. Running brave names echo. Let my name echo in song. Adorn it.
Silence! Be sanctified.
Wind strike.
Bring it.
Oh, this is not gonna go well, is it? Shit.
Fulfill our path. You two. Animal test 60 wheel. Transfix. Everybody stand back.
Well,
Absorption test.
it didn't go well, but it also could have went worse.
Papa. Overrule. Teamwork is strict. Stand clear. Absorption test. Show no mercy. Suffer them.
Could have went worse. Could have went worse. Yeah, this next part is not gonna go well. I can tell you that much.
Show a new thing. Let the world come alive. Let the mountain flames boil.
The tides beckon.
close. We kill it before it flies. That is not gonna happen. I like your enthusiasm though, but that is not gonna happen.
Time to go. Time to go.
Strike a pop. Everybody stand! Animal test 60. Fulfill our path! You two!
Laid bare.
Teamwork is strict! Absorption test. Show no mercy.
My E didn't hit.
Suffer the wrath of each.
Transfixed.
I'm going in. Fulfill our path.
Ah, fuck it. This kills, right? He.
Let's light it up. Animal test 6308. Get to work.
He ran away! I missed my Arlecchino burst! And then I missed my E! Oh boy. That sure happened. Alright, I'll be right back. I've returned! Hello! Kinda wanna check something. Event in 9 minutes, true. Do we do the event before the post-release? Probably, right? Damn.
Everybody stand! Animal test. Show no mercy. You
This
two.
one, a fleeting shadow. Weak.
Oh my god. This fucking sucks, dude.
Laid bare.
Sir. Teamwork is strict.
Your verdict is decided.
6308. Get to work. Keep lolling. Keep pop up.
Illusion of a distraction.
it's the one that's the furthest away.
Shattered. Overruled. Euthymia crumbles before me.
How do you tell which one it is? The fake ones send a diagonal slash. The real one sends 2 of them in an X. Did we finish the video? Yeah, I guess we should.
You've kind of cleared by now. Not necessarily, but ideally. That's what I try to recommend around, at least. I like 2 rotation clears. Pretty comfy. Oh yeah, you want to know something else? I've been lying this entire time. You see, if you use Archaic Petra on Shilinen, you actually get slightly higher team DPS. You can actually do even more damage in comparison to Villette. Whoa! Okay. So, yeah. It is misleading to say MAVUIKA is 70% better than Villette. That's just not accurate. It's just not really true. What's not misleading, MAVUIKA is 30% better than Arlecchino or more. Can even be up to 60% on their first rotation. It's not really misleading to say that, which is really the problem. And really the whole thing that I wanted to talk about. This entire thing has been a pretense to get here. So the way that game balance traditionally works is when characters have significant drawbacks, you want them to have big payoffs. So the example I'm going to talk about is Mulaney. If Mulaney can one-shot enemies, she's dominating Spiral Abyss Chambers. Arlecchino has what is basically the biggest downside of any Genshin character, which is she cannot be healed. While this may not be much of a factor if you are clearing in 2 rotations, if you aren't, it's a really big deal. And it can be kind of frustrating to deal with. In comparison, MAVUIKA has no downside, is easier to play, and does at least 30% more damage. Yeah, this is a balanced character. Also, you can play MAVUIKA as a support if you don't play her as a DP. Aww. MAVUIKA essentially represents the height of Genshin power creep. We've never seen anything like this before. Genuinely, nothing has ever been released like this before.
Imagine if V1 got released as it was, dude.
It is another level, and it is potentially a bad precedent for the future, but we don't necessarily know it is the future, so I'm not going to focus on that. What I am going to focus on is I don't know if you realized how much better she was than Arlecchino because of the Spiral Abyss layout and the restrictions on teams that you can play in it. It's not fun. MAVUIKA and Sealali are great characters. There's nowhere to play them. You can't do anything with them. I don't understand. It's part of why it took me so long to make this video, because I was like, can't really verify anything performance-wise. I can talk about combos, but ultimately they're not that different. Yeah, Abyss is just so restrictive that where do we get the most benefit out of them? And it's really frustrating. To be completely honest, the most fun I've had with is running around Overworld with the ATC, the all-terrain Shaska. Maybe there's been B-roll. I've recorded about 30 minutes of B-roll, so maybe it's been playing over this entire thing. Maybe it's been the Spiral Abyss clears that I did record. Yeah. MAVUIKA is power creep to a degree Genshin has never seen before, but what do we do with it? I don't know if it's burnout speaking or what, but yeah. Regarding the next character, Mizuki, I'm treating her as an opportunity to take a break from Genshin content creation. I'll still stream it every now and then, but I'm not very interested in Mizuki. We will be back in full force for Baressa and Skirk and Yansa, Aoife. I'll do all that stuff without any problem. I'm just not very interested in Mizuki right now, and Spiral Abyss is not fun. I'm really burnt out. And I don't know if it's me, I don't know if it's the game, but yeah, that MAVUIKA girl is power creep. She basically took a big dump all over Arlecchino and let her out back. It's wild. Neat character.
The really annoying thing is that, like, MAVUIKA is power creep, but also she's one of the best designs we've had in a while. So like that's like mitigating my anger. Isn't it glorified Raiden design? I mean, what makes Malika's design interesting is the fact that her bike works the way that it does in terms of ICD. Like, the all the bullshit in the combos is just so cool. Like, I don't think we've ever had a character before her where combos felt as dynamic as they do with her. And that's a like natural result um of all of her bike attacks sharing ICD and it being standard ICD. My biggest problem is how mindless it is to choose her over Arlecchino. She's just better at pretty much everything. I mean, kind of, but I've like consistently gotten slightly faster clears on Chamber 1 of this Abyss with Arlecchino than with MAVUIKA. Like, it's not that there aren't any situations where Arlecchino can be better. But you're right that, like, MAVUIKA is often just outright, strictly, like, significantly better. Arlecchino has more investment? Yes? But that's not really the deciding factor. The deciding factor is that Arlecchino just has a much better matchup. Anyways. How do you think MAVUIKA does in AoE? I mean, it depends on the type of content, but, like, generally quite well. Oh yeah, but we got this fucking garbage. Oh man. So what is that? So I'm guessing that I will get one shot by this shit. Right? That's funny. Don't know what Bolt Sphere Cannon is, but okay. Jesus Christ. This is not gonna go well. I already know. I know ahead of time this is not gonna go well. But I'll still try.
Everybody stand! Fulfill our path! Suffer the pyroclastic surge! Incinerate!
What the fuck is that?
The end of our
Dude,
legacy.
what? The fuck was that, man?
All right.
I'm going in! Show no mercy! Eat Lolly, eat Papa, get him! Everybody stand!
Rise with the sun.
Suffer the wrath of the...
Wrath from the sky. Is this
Fuck!
fate?
Okay, I think it might be doable. But Chilonan artifacts? I can't be bothered.
Light it up. Bring it.
Teamwork is strength! Fulfill our path! You two! Time to end!
Let's ride.
Light of the blazing sun!
Incinerate.
No, no, no. I'm not doing this.
All right.
I'm going in! Show no mercy! Eat Lolly, eat...
Wrath from the sky.
I don't know what the fuck just happened, but...
Full throttle. All right.
Everybody stand! Get to work! You two! Time...
Light of the blazing sun. Incinerate.
No, I fucked up.
Incinerate.
What?
Let's ride.
But I did the Night Soul thing. How are you not... why isn't he doing the thing? I thought he was supposed to do it. What? Why didn't he do it?
All right.
Oh, whatever.
Let's ride. Try and stop.
Let's light it up! I'm going in!
Can I just fucking...
Eat Lolly, eat Papa!
Wrath from the sky.
Well, I don't want to talk about it.
Incinerate.
I don't think I can do it in time then.
Teamwork is dreamwork! Show no mercy! Suffer the wrath of Eastly!
Let's ride. Pyroclastic surge.
Like, I don't think I can kill it before second down. Even with food. Hmm. I think you can with food. Maybe. Hmm. Is it possible to get it to do his thing earlier?
Burn it down. Try and stop me.
Doesn't look like it. No. I don't think it's possible to get it to do 2 downs before 90 seconds, right? It's just not gonna happen. Which means I need to be able to kill it in like 3 rotations. Handbook bug? I'm pretty sure they patched that though.
Rise, let's light it up, everybody. You two, tight.
Grab for the sky.
I fucked up.
Incinerate.
How? I hate how if you're still in your bike and you press E, it does a different animation than if you're not in your bike, and it forces you to move forward. And it's so cringe. I don't know why. I can't think of a single instance where that would be an upside. Like, they do,
Burn it. Teamwork is strict. Fulfill our path. Suffer the
Pyroclastic surge.
yeah, and I can't do a full rotation here anyways, so I might as well just fucking wait.
we go.
Maybe I shouldn't have waited. What? When did she die?
Rise.
Everybody stand. Bring it. Get to work. Eat Laline. Eat Papa.
Grab for the sky.
Let's light it up. Go in. Fulfill our path. You two.
Pyroclastic surge. The end of our legacy.
What killed me? Okay, dude, whatever, man. Sure. You entered an attack. I was behind it! Whatever, man.
Everybody stand. Bring it.
Suffer the wrath. Light of the blazing sun. Incinerate. Incinerate.
Adventure time.
Light it up.
Let's light it up. Go in. You two. Time to end.
Pyroclastic.
Ha ha ha, fuck!
Both throw.
You guys think I would have gotten it if I didn't accidentally plunge? You missed melt burst, I know. It's definitely doable, but it's gonna be fucking rough for sure. Need to get good RNG. Maybe that team is so better. Klugi. Omega Klugi.
Burn it down.
Going in.
Get to work. You two. Time to end breath from the sky. Let's ride.
Everybody stand.
Fulfill our path.
Why did I do that? That was awful, wasn't it?
Of the blazing sun.
Fucking 46k melt. Insane.
Try and stop me.
Teamwork is strength.
Get to work. You two. Time. Breath from the sky. Incinerate. Full throttle.
Let's light it up. Then everybody stand. Bring it.
Fulfill our path. Suffer the pyroclastic surge.
How? How the fuck did he dodge my...
Flame. Burn.
How was I in range?
Rise with the sun. Let's ride.
Okay, that's just fucked, man. Stacking Serpent Spine. Oh boy. Waiting. It counts for your MAVUIKA here? Sure, but if MAVUIKA's here and the laser's here, it shouldn't kill me. Personally, in my opinion.
Burn it.
Teamwork is strength.
You two. Time to light up the blazing sun.
Everybody stand. Bring it.
Show no mercy.
Lolling. It's
Pyroclastic surge.
Fuck. I was like 1 frame too late. Tabata.
Full throttle.
all right. Teamwork is strength.
Fulfill our path. You two. Time. Breath from the sky.
That was fucking awful.
Rise.
Everybody stand.
Suffer the wrath. Light up the blazing sun. Incinerate.
I was like literally in the middle of the area on the opposite side of where it was lasering. How did I die? How? Like that's just impressive, man. Fuck, dude.
Many
Whatever,
insects have
man.
the compulsion to follow the light, and humans are the same.
Teamwork is teamwork.
You two. Time. Pyroclastic surge. Incinerate. Incinerate. Try and stop.
I'm going in.
Show no mercy.
Lolling. It's Papa.
No, I didn't get the meld. Okay, I feel like there's no way I can get it in time anyways. I don't think I can get a second. Maybe I can. Dude, I don't know. It's hard.
Teamwork is dreamwork. Let's fulfill our pact. Suffer the pyroclastic surge.
Oops.
Let's ride.
Let's light it up. Going in.
Like, fuck! I am so tired of the fucking Nightsoul burst, or whatever it's called, the Nightsoul transmission, preventing me from using my E on MAVUIKA. Because it fucking swaps into the bike like an idiot. God, I'm so tired of it. It slows down my rotations and it's so cringe. We should have the option to turn it off? Yeah, we should.
Everybody stand back.
Get to work. You two. Tight breath from the sky. Incinerate. Rise with the sun.
Teamwork is strict.
Can I do it in time? Can I do it in time? Can I do it in time?
Blazing sun.
Yes! Okay, that's... Wait, no, I think that was 50k, not 500k. Never mind. Oh my god.
Everybody stand back. Let's bring it. Show no mercy.
You two. Breath from the sky.
Both rock. Going in.
All right.
Suffer the wrath of
Light of the blazing sun.
Let's light it up.
Let's ride.
Oh, I didn't want to do that. Fuck. Food buff will do it? Yeah, for sure. But I want to do it without food. Hey, thank you for the raid. Oh, welcome, raiders. I fucking hate this shit.
Teamwork is dreamwork.
Get to work.
Keep lolling. Keep popping.
Pyroclastic surge. No more mistakes.
I didn't realize that if I started this way, my iframes expire too early. Okay. But I'm pretty sure that what I'm supposed to do is like this, so yeah. Because I need to get my second burst to go off before he gets infinite resistances.
Fulfill our pact.
You two. Breath from the sky.
Teamwork is strict.
Bring it.
Show no mercy. Keep lolling. Keep papa.
Pyroclastic surge.
I think I was outside the Bennett buff though, which is not it.
Full throttle.
Everybody stand.
Get to work. You two. Tight light of the blazing sun.
Fuck! fucked up.
Show no mercy. Suffer the wrath of the sky.
We fucked up. We fucked up. But Yolan, no. Yolan's gonna be way too slow. I'm pretty sure this is the only team I have that has a chance. Why do I have to restack Serpent Spine, man? Whatever, it's fine. Since you have Shilonen plus Sitlali, maybe skip MAVUIKA E after second rotation? No, that's not gonna work.
You two. Tight light of the blazing sun. Try it. Let's light it up. Everybody stand. Fulfill our path. Suffer the wrath of each. Let's ride.
Fucking collies.
Rev the engines. Going in. Bring it. Get to work. Eat Laline. Eat Papa. Light of the blazing sun.
Fuck!
Incinerate. Try and stop. Everybody stand. Fulfill our path.
I missed my E.
Wrath of the sky.
Is this our fate?
Like, it's definitely doable. But we need to get really good RNG and play really well. Because you've died the same way. Yeah, but the thing is, I can't focus on not dying because I don't have the DPS. Like, I can just barely clear at like 128 if I play perfectly. Which means that if I lose like 2 seconds in over 4 rotations, if I lose 2 seconds, it's GG. So I can't focus on like positioning or like I just have to fucking go, and if I die, I die.
Adventure time. Teamwork is strict. Bring it. Get to work. Eat Laline. Eat Papa.
I pressed Q. I pressed Q. I pressed Q. I was literally spamming Q. Whatever, dude. Could also just use food. Yeah, and I could also just fucking wail or do a bunch of other, like, okay, congratulations. What do you want me to tell you? How many times do I have to say I want to do it without food for you to stop recommending me to use food? Like, fuck, dude. That's a little annoying.
Fulfill our path. You two. Pyroclastic surge.
The flame burns on.
Okay, chat, I'm gonna be honest. I hate having to fucking wait for Serpent Spine, so I'll just do this.
Teamwork is strict. Get to work. Eat Laline. Eat Papa.
Is this our
I was wrong. I can't E anyways. Ah, fuck, dude. Oh no, I have to do N1. Right. I have to do N1 on Seat Lally. Can't wait to knock Ray. Yeah, it'll be great.
Everybody stand. Show no mercy. You two. Time to
switching gears?
wrath from the sky.
The flame burns.
I died anyways.
Fulfill our path. Suffer the wrath of each. Light it up. Pyroclastic
I can't dash because the dash applies pyro. So I have to like have the iframes happen at the right moment.
Everybody stand, bring it. Show no mercy. Eat Laline, eat Papa. Let's ride. Wrath from the sky.
The end of our legacy.
I fucking Nigel bursted by accident again. Wait, I just realized. How are you dying? I'm getting one-shot by the attacks that hit all around him. Whatever. I wish I could deactivate the fucking transmission, because it's fucking me up so much.
Teamwork is Get to work. Suffer the wrath of Eden. Pyroclastic surge.
The flame burns on.
You wanting for no reason. I have no idea what the fuck you're trying to say. Whatever, man.
Go in. Bring it. Show no mercy. Eat Laline, eat wrath from the
How did I not? Where did that pyro come from? Okay, whatever, dude.
burn it down. Teamwork is dreamwork. Fulfill our path. Suffer the light of the blazing sun.
The end of our legacy.
I am going to kill myself. Ah.
Rise with the sun. Show no mercy. You two. Wrath from the sky. Incinerate. Full throttle. Let's light it up. Teamwork is. Fulfill our pact. Eat Laline, eat Papa. Yeah. Light it up. I'm going in. Get to work. You two. Time to end. Burn it down. Light of the blazing sun.
Fuck.
Incinerate.
That was ass. Okay, I think I'll just go back to Serpent Spine. It's just having to wait fucking 20 seconds at the start of each attempt is so annoying. And it makes me very angry. But Hyperloom work now. Like, this team is significantly more DPS than every single other team on my account. And it's a good matchup against this. There is no other team on my account that will get even remotely close.
Rise. Teamwork is dreamwork. Show no mercy. Eat Laline, eat wrath from the sky. Incinerate. Rev the. Let's light it
Ah, fuck off.
Suffer the wrath and wrath from the sky!
That was fucking awful, but whatever.
Try and stop! Let's light it up, everybody! Show no mercy! You two! Pyroclastic surge! Rep! Teamwork is true! Get to work! Eat Laline! Eat Papa! Light of the blazing sun! Try and stop! I'm going in! Alright. Fulfill our path! You two!
I fucked up. I fucked up. I didn't get melt.
The flame!
How? Where? How? You fucking little shit annoying motherfucker!
Off we go!
How?
Rev the engines!
Like how? How? I fucking hate this game! It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Everything is fine. I'm doing alright. What about you guys? You enter hitbox or ring spin. Yeah, but it's dumb! Oh, I hate it.
Everybody stand back! Get to work! Eat Laline! Eat Papa! Light of the blazing sun! Incinerate! Incinerate!
I am going to fucking...
Legacy.
And then I gotta deal with loading screen, and then I gotta deal with waiting 20 seconds. I'm having a great time. We need a hitbox reveal button? I agree.
Light it up! Teamwork is dreamwork! Fulfill our path! Suffer the...
Is this our fate?
Okay. Sure. Alright.
Rise! Going in! Show no mercy! Eat Laline! Eat Pop! Wrath from the sky!
Fuck.
Everybody stand! Get to work! Suffer the wrath!
I don't think it's gonna count. Yep. We did it too late. Call is the fucking tabarnak. Ah, c'est fucking call is the tabarnak!
Rev the engines! Bring it! Show no mercy! You two! Wrath from the sky!
The end of our legacy.
Honestly, I might go for her signature just so I don't have to fucking wait for Serpent Spine anymore. Like, it's...
Teamwork is dreamwork. All right. Keep lolling. Keep papa. Light up the blazing sun. No more mistakes. Incinerate. Try and stop. Going in. You two. Tight breath of the sky.
Our fucking energy gen missed.
Let's light it up.
So we're too slow. So we can definitely get 2 downs, but like just barely. We booked. They patched out the booking on this. If MAVUIKA can burst, no, I can.
Teamwork is dreamwork. All right. Get to work. Keep lolling. Keep papa. Light up the blazing sun. Switching gears.
Fucking call is this tabarnak.
Red. I'm going in. Show no mercy.
And I'm literally stuck outside of the burst.
Breath of the sky.
We definitely have a little bit of wiggle room for this, actually.
Full throttle.
But we fucked up there.
Light it up. Teamwork is trip. Fulfill our path. Keep lolling. Keep light up the blazing sun. Incinerate. Going in. You two. Time to.
I hate this. Oh, we don't get it in time. You say wants to pause after Citlali's burst? I have literally never said that. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, like to wait. I see. But kind of, but like no, but like I'm not fucking explaining that right now. I'm busy. Sorry.
Keep papa. Light up the blazing sun. Incinerate. Try and stop. Everybody stand. Show no mercy. Suffer the
I don't think I'll get it.
of the sky.
Oh.
Teamwork is trip. Get to work. You two. Tight. Light up the blazing sun. Incinerate. Incinerate. Going in. Bring it. Show no mercy. Suffer the
It's-
pyroclastic surge. The flame.
It's fine. That's fine. That's fine, actually. It might be fine.
Rev the engines.
Oh, never mind. Little too slow. Just a little too slow. It's definitely doable. Because, like, I don't have enough damage to kill it before the second down. I have to use the percent HP damage from the second down to kill it, which means I have to get the first down as fast as possible.
Everybody stand back. Get to work. You two. Touch breath from the sky. Full throttle. I'm going in. Keep lolling. Eat Papa. Pyroclastic surge.
Can I get it? Oh, I didn't get it. Fuck.
Let's light it up. Teamwork is great.
I don't think that was good enough.
Fill our path. Suffer the light of the blazing sun. I'm going in. Show no mercy. You two.
Fuck!
Try and stop me. Let's ride. Full throttle.
No. Yes! 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 We did it. Someone clip it, because I'm pretty sure on the, like, top left. Anyways, we got it. We did it. We did it. That's all that matters. We got it. We fucking did it. Okay. Huge. 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 Massive. Insane. Yeah, I don't know if you guys can actually even see it. Maybe I'm an idiot. Yeah, you guys can see it. I'm pretty sure this thing turned red. Because that's what I was looking at. And it looked red, and that's why I said no. Yeah. It did the animation for when you fail it. That's why I said no. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Easy clap. That means we did it without food, chat.
Let's light it up. Teamwork is. Get to work. Suffer the wrath of.
I was literally in the middle of a dash. Okay.
Everybody stand back. Bring it. Show no mercy. You two. This shall not be my fate.
Will you attempt a 4-star clear? There's no need to attempt. I know it's not gonna work.
Bring it. Let's light it up. Teamwork is fulfill our path. You two. Touch. Commendable. The hearth is now extinguished.
Can you do a 4-star clear on the difficulty to get max throws? Yeah, very easily.
Everybody stand. Show no mercy. Suffer the wrath. Laid bare. Let's light it up. Yeah. Going in. Fulfill our path. Eat Laline. Eat Papa. Get him. Overruled.
No. Okay, alright, we're fine. I forgot about the Night Soul.
Teamwork is trick. Get to work. You two. Touch. Transfixed. Bring it. I'm going in. Show no mercy. Suffer the wrath of the.
Oh no. I wouldn't have gotten it anyways. I think it's pretty clear. Like, even the MAVUIKA team, which is pretty much the highest DPS team in the game, I need to 2 down. If I don't get a second down, I don't have enough DPS. Right? Maybe, like, with food, I'd be able to, but without food, no way. So obviously, a team that doesn't have Night Soul, like a lot of Night Soul generation, and doesn't get to the Night Soul or to the down phase as fast, it'll be impossible to get 2 downs, because the second down's gonna happen after 90 seconds. Can you try the MAVUIKA team? I mean, that's what we did earlier. You can check the VOD if you want. What other team do you think can clear this? Without food, I don't think any of my teams other than the MAVUIKA team can clear it. With food, maybe this team could, but like, meh. Chaska? I don't think my Chaska could. How much yard does your Silali have? She's should be at 186, I think. Yeah, 186.8. Does Raiden C3 have a chance? Ugh. I don't think so. Could Nick Xiao clear this? I'm not sure, honestly. Maybe. Actually, does Xiao jump high enough to hit the to be able to do the pillars? I don't know if he does. Chenian does, right? Worst case scenario? Probably. Anyways, reminds me of this clip. Yeah, I remember this one. That's old, dude. That's omega old. That's fucking old apartment. 3 years ago. Oh. Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck! Wait, what? True. 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 Challenge can climb up the regular sized pillars, but they made it big. Yeah, that's why I asked. Anyways. Chat, we did it. Huge. This is gonna be unpleasant. I already know. Oh boy. But I can't wait to do MAVUIKA Mono Pyro with Shengling. That'll be Pog. And MAVUIKA should be really good against this as well. And then for this, I'm probably just gonna accept the fact that I'm not gonna plat it. It'll be what it is. Anyways. Oh. They count as bosses for the battle pass stuff. Crazy. Master Wars is actually incredibly easy. Yeah, yeah. Obviously, like, just like getting. But that's what I like about these events, right? Like, you look at the difference in difficulty, and it'll be, like, very, very noticeable. You know, like, this is what you need for max rewards.
Get to work. You two. Time to end light of the blazing sun. Incinerate. Both wrong. Let's light it up. Let's ride. Teamwork is tricky. Show no mercy. Suffer the pyroclastic surge.
That's it. You know? Like that's it. That's what you need.
taught you everything.
I probably could do it without breaking the pillars, right? I don't know. Maybe not. Probably not a 90? Yeah, maybe. Use bow? I don't think that'll work. Anyways, chat. I think it's time. You know what time? It's time for the MAVUIKA post-release video. That's right. So, everyone, say hi to YouTube. Let me put a marker down. Channel videos. MAVUIKA pre-release. Hello, beautiful people, and welcome. Hi, to the MAVUIKA post-release analysis. MAVUIKA has been out for about 2 weeks now. I've done a good amount of testing, probably more testing on her than I had done on any other character, pretty much since, like, Dendro came out. But I did a lot of testing. And I had a lot of fun figuring out a lot of combo stuff. But now it is time for the post-release. So as usual for the post-release video, we go through our pre-release video. We look at what we got right, what we got wrong, what we missed, and yeah. So let's get right into it. Hello, beautiful people, and welcome, hi, to the MAVUIKA pre-release video. Now, I have already posted. Yeah, okay. So let's just start with the substance. So let's take a look at what the multipliers are gonna look like. N1 to N4 are all around 200, N5 is 260, and the charge attack is 370. She gets her hits out about as quickly when she's doing normal attacks versus when she's doing charge attacks. Which means that pretty clearly, assuming these are going at the same speed, I think anyone would be able to conclude, oh, that means her charge attacks are better than her normal attacks. Yeah. So in reality, it's not exactly the same speed. The normal attacks go off a little bit faster than charge attacks, so you end up getting like 2-ish more normal attacks if you spam normal attacks versus if you were to spam to just like hold your charge attack. But still, the average normal attack is doing like 55% of a charge attack. 60%. It's really not enough to justify using normal attacks. And indeed, MAVUIKA's charge attacks are really good. They're better than her normal attacks. And indeed, MAVUIKA's charge attacks are really good. The charge attacks are what have been nerfed the most. Looking at town level 10, the nerf she got since my first impressions video was, I mean, technically there was a nerf to the charge attack, or to the normal attacks, but the normal attacks weren't particularly good to begin with, so that's not what we really care about. What we really do care about is a nerf to the charge attacks, which went... The charge attacks could have done 25% more damage if V1 got released as was, which is so funny. From around 500 motion value per charge attack hit to around 400, right, which is a very sizable nerf. However, they didn't touch the burst initial hit multipliers. That part has stayed the same. Compared to my first impressions video, her damage during her uptime has gone down a little bit, but her front load is still just as good. Does that mean that she got a pretty big hit to her damage? Does that mean that she's bad? No, far from it. But we'll get into that a little more later. Before that, let's finish reading the rest of the kit. So Essential 1 passive. We've already talked about the multipliers on the normal and charge attacks. Let's add the multipliers on the skill, right? So 217%. And the burst initial hit is 756.2 plus 2.7% times the amount of fighting spirit you have. And all this is sound level 9. Let's think about what exactly you can expect out of a rotation on her. So the first thing is the amount of attacks you get on each thing. During the Crucible of Death and Life, which it lasts for 7 seconds, if you input a charge attack, you'll be able to get 8 hits from the charge attacks before the burst runs out. Yeah, so obviously, as you may be aware of, if you've followed pretty much any information on MAVUIKA since her release, we got a lot of, or the pre-release information lacked a lot of combo information that we now have, and so a lot of this stuff is gonna be, well, the like default stuff without optimal combos. So this is motion value, this is amount. We're not using normal attacks. You'll get 8 hits from the charge attack, 1 hit from the E cast, 6 hits from the E damage over time, and 1 hit from the Q cast. Which brings your total motion value, your total multipliers, to around 3,000 from charge attacks, almost another 3,000 from skill plus burst. What that means is that if you don't do charge attacks at all, her damage goes down a lot, obviously, but she still does a pretty large chunk of her damage, right? If you were to compare this to, you compare it to Arlecchino, and you look at the sort of damage that Arlecchino can output without spending field time, you'll notice, well, that's really low. Her burst multiplier's okay, but it's not great. The skill multiplier is kind of bad. Most of her damage is from her normal attacks. MAVUIKA, on the other hand, has a pretty good portion of her damage coming from her abilities that don't rely on her spending time on field. Which means MAVUIKA is going to be a character that can be played as an off-field damage dealer. Now, how good is that going to be? We'll get into that later. Before we talk about her ability as an off-field damage dealer, let's talk about her ability as an off-field elemental applicator. So like we said earlier, if you're using her as an off-fielder, you'll get a power application when you cast, and then an additional 6 power applications, 1 every 2 seconds. Now, what sort of characters can benefit from that? What sort of characters can use that as the like off-field pyro unit for their teams? Right, if we look at characters that require, or at least benefit from having pyro units on their team, we have Chaska, where the pyro unit kit doesn't really matter too much. It's not about the application. So we'll talk about it more later, but her application doesn't really matter for Chaska. Kaniche, where the application also isn't really what matters too much. It's more so about the utility and the damage. Molani, first character where the speed of the application actually matters. How does MAVUIKA work for Molani? Is she I think all of this I'll end up talking more once we get to the team section. I don't think we need to watch this part. Pretty good. The biggest issue when it comes to looking at her performance in teams where you're using her as an off-fielder is how good her burst is. And why is that an issue? Well, as you can see, her burst does about as much damage by itself as her whole off-field. And if you react it, because you only need to react it once,
it's probably gonna do more. Like, her burst initial hit is just a lot of damage. To the point where it kind of ends up warping her team performance and her team synergy, where even if she's not that synergistic in terms of application, she'll still be a good option just because her burst does that much damage. Does that mean the burst is perfect? No. It has an incredibly long animation compared to a lot of other 5-star bursts.
The animation is a lot shorter than I thought it was. That's wrong. It's still not fast. It's still a 5-star animation, but it's not as slow as I thought it was. It's like reasonably long, and that's it.
But it justifies its animation length by having really high damage and giving you a damage percent buff. And now, let's talk about our constellations. C1. MAVUIKA's maximum Night Soul points are increased to 120, and she gains Fighting Spirit 25% more efficiently. Additionally, she gains 40% for 8 seconds after gaining Fighting Spirit. So, C1 gives her 40% attack, and it also gives her basically 50% more duration on her skill, which obviously also means more damage from the skill, as well as the ability to be played without Natlan supports. 120 Night Soul points with 25% more Fighting Spirit efficiency.
Yeah, I mean, I've already talked about like the bullshit with her C1 in the power creep video, so I'm not gonna go through it much more. The constellation part isn't really what I care about that much. Let's talk about the weapons. So, did I not have the weapons? Whatever.
Now, we
talk about
can
them individually.
do the usual pre-release stuff where we go through weapons, artifacts, stats, artifact sets, and teams. First things first, her signature, 1,000 Blazing Suns. 741 base attack, crit rate substat. Now, the crit rate substat is actually a pain in the ass. As I've mentioned earlier, she's an Atlan character. You want to use Codex on her. So this can make it a bit annoying not to overcap. However, it's only 11%, right? It's the highest possible base attack a 5-star weapon can have. So it's not a 30% crit rate weapon, it's only 11, so it won't be too bad. But you can overcap with it, just keep that in mind. So, gain the Scorching Brilliance effect when using an elemental skill or burst. Crit damage increased by 20% and attack increased by 28%. While it's active, its duration is increased by 2 seconds after a normal or charge attack increase or deals elemental damage for up to 12 seconds total. Additionally, when equipping characters in the Night Soul Blessing state, the effects are increased by 75%. And duration will not count down when the equipping character is off field. What that matters here is effectively 20% crit damage, 28% attack static. That becomes 35% crit damage, 49% attack on Natlan characters that can enter Night Soul. That's a lot of stats. It's a relatively average signature. Looking at recent signature releases, it's pretty much in line with what we've seen recently. It is about somewhere between 20 and 25% better than your free-to-play options, and about 10% better than the 5-star stat stakes. Wolf's Gravestone is ass. You are playing MAVUIKA
Wolf's
with
Gravestone
Bennett.
is
If
ass.
you're not
No,
doing that,
yeah.
you're an idiot and a loser. I'm exaggerating, of course. There are going to be non-Bennett MAVUIKA teams, but her best teams are going to use Bennett. And if you are using Bennett, you're getting Pyro Resonance, you have Bennett buff, MAVUIKA gets attack percent from her.
Okay, so that is kind of true, right? Like she is a carry that you play with Bennett always. But there's a lot of carries that you always play with Bennett, and well, you can't necessarily have both. Or sorry, you can't necessarily use Bennett on both sides. And while her non-Bennett teams are noticeably worse, they're still fairly strong. I think the best non-Bennett team, in my experience, has been MAVUIKA, Sucrose, Ilona, and Citlali. And a team like this actually performs fairly well still. And if that's what you're doing, then Wolf's Gravestone is a lot better, right? The redundancy of the attack percent is mitigated because you get a lot less attack because you don't have Bennett.
From her Ascension 1. Her best teams have TTDS. You're getting a lot of attack. which means that the attack percent you get from weapons like Wolf's Gravestone and the Unforged, it tends to be pretty redundant. It doesn't multiply the attack that she gets from all her other sources. You'd much prefer weapons that give you EM or crit. Because of that, Wolf's Gravestone tends to be about as good as her free-to-play options on teams where you use Bennett. Tends to be a little bit worse in the cases where you get all the reactions you can, and a little bit better in the cases where you only get 2 melts on the charge attacks. And that's the same for the Unforged. So basically, they're a fine 4-star stat stick, even if they're a 5-star. Red Horn. Red Horn has a passive that gives you more damage on your charge attacks, but MAVUIKA's multipliers are so wildly high already that this passive is almost meaningless. That being said, it's still a crit damage stat stick, which is gonna be all right. It is going to tend to be better than the 4-star. It's gonna be a solid 5-star stat stick. Not the best of the 5-star stat sticks outside of her signature, but pretty solid. Bacon is where things get complicated. Bacon gives you 33.1% crit rate. That's a lot of crit rate. Obsidian Codex is 40%. This is 33.1, and you start at 5. So that means you're starting at 78.1% crit rate. That means you can still have room for 20% crit. However, when you're looking for good artifacts, the more different substat rolls are good, the easier it is to get a good artifact. When you start reaching the sort of builds where you have a lot of substats, a character having a certain feature that makes one of those substats completely worthless makes it a lot harder to get a good build. Now, when you're using Bacon on MAVUIKA, it doesn't make crit rate worthless, but it does mean that you can't get crit rate on all of your artifacts anymore. Unless you get crit rate on all of your artifacts, but don't roll into it a single time, pretty much. Now, if you can still get yourself a good build, Bacon is going to tend to be her best non-signature 5-star weapon. However, 33.1% crit rate is a lot, so it's going to tend to be the hardest weapon to not waste stats on.
So for context, right? I use Serpent Spine, and I have 1 roll of crit rate on my flower, 1 on my feather, 0 on my sands, 2 on my goblet, and 3 on my circlet. Wait, fuck, I'm an idiot. Alright, let's go through. Let's do that again. I have 1 crit rate roll on my flower, 1 on my feather, 0 on my sands, 2 on my goblet, and 3 on my circlet, which is pretty much 1 crit rate roll on everything other than the circlet. But the circlet can't get crit damage rolls, so you're gonna have some crit rate rolls in there, right? And with that, with Serpent Spine, which is 27.6, so 6% less, I'm at 54, and with the Obsidian, that's 94. So with Bacon, I would be at 100% crit rate. With only 1 roll of crit rate average on the non-circlet artifact. This is not a lot, right? It's very, very possible that you end up getting more rolls than that. Anyways.
The main thing is, when you're looking at a build with Bacon, or crit rate weapons in general on MAVUIKA, your circlet, you're going to want crit damage, but you don't want to roll into crit rate. So you care more about rolling into attack percent and EM than rolling into crit rate on your circlet. Verdict is also a solid 5-star stat stick. It can have the same issue because it's also a crit rate weapon, but at 22.1, it means that you're starting at 67.1%, which means you can still get over 30% crit rate from your substats. That tends to be a lot less restrictive than overcapping after 20% from substats. Fang of the Mountain King, same stat line as her signature. Can technically be an issue, but generally won't be. It's a good 5-star stat stick. It'll generally be a little bit worse than the other ones, but it's still a fine stat stick. Now, Serpent Spine, much like Bacon, there's a lot of nuance to it. If you manage to get a good, like if your best Serpent Spine build is the same quality as your best build on another weapon, Serpent Spine is going to be her best 4-star weapon, and it can even be her second best weapon after her signature at R5. However, on top of the annoying stuff build-wise, because it's a crit rate weapon at 27.6% crit rate. In order to use the Serpent Spine at its best, you also need to wait for 30 seconds at the start of each chamber, which is honestly just annoying and boring. And so I like looking at Serpent Spine with 3 stacks instead of 5 average, because that tends to be where it hovers in practice. And in those situations, it doesn't really tend to pull ahead of the 5-star weapons, the non-signature 5-star weapons. And at low refine, it's also not really pulling ahead of the other 4-star options. Next is Mailed Flower. Now, if you didn't get Mailed Flower because you didn't do that event, honestly, it sucks to be you, bozo. You're a loser and cringe, actually. Mailed Flower is really good for her. Assuming that you are playing her in a team where she's being played as a carry and you're reacting her stuff, Mailed Flower is her default free-to-play option. Again, yeah, so the one thing about Mailed Flower that I don't think I ended up mentioning in the pre-release, but that obviously does need to be mentioned, is that if you do a default setup with, like, Bennett, Chilone, and Citlali, it takes a little bit over 8 seconds between your E and the burst, the hit of the burst, which means that you won't get the Mailed Flower buff for the burst, which is really bad, right? Because it's a pretty big deal. What that means is that on Mailed Flower, you actually have to do slightly different rotations. You have to adjust your rotations a little bit. It doesn't really change that much, honestly. Like, it's actually really not that big of a deal. But it is something that you will have to do. Alright, so if I do the default setup, $774K. Whereas if I don't, it shouldn't be that big of a difference. What the fuck happened? It shouldn't be a 200K difference. There should be a difference, but it's not supposed to be that much. Actually, maybe it is supposed to be that much. I guess this build doesn't have that much EM. But still. Yeah, maybe my instructor buff was gone. That's probably what happened, actually, yeah. Let's do it properly, sorry. Yeah, so 939K versus okay, something went wrong. Wait, Chad, am I an idiot? Okay, I gotta fucking record it just to be certain.
Wait, no, I can't be both. Right. But yeah, 1.01 mil versus what was it? 929 or something? $280. Look at that insane difference in damage. Isn't that wild? Holy. $939, okay, yeah. So it's a solid like 80k more damage from doing the rotation slightly differently, which is pretty nice, you know, like that's all right. You can also do something like this. Wow, we got like the worst crit RNG I've ever seen there, but that let us do the full rotation. But yeah, you can also add a Citlali normal attack after the burst, and then EQ on MAVUIKA, but that only works on low ping. Otherwise, things get cringe. I fucked up. I forgot to eat. I'm not on 95% crit rate anymore, chat. I'm on like 70%. Because I'm on Mailed Flower now, not on Serpent Spine anymore. Anyways. Getting back to what I was talking about, with Mailed Flower, you do have to adapt the rotations a little bit. If you want to get the results that I'm saying you'll be able to get with Mailed Flower, so just don't forget about that. Again, assuming you're reacting, your reactable stuff, Mailed Flower is going to be about as good as Wolf's Gravestone. However, you won't necessarily be able to play her in reaction teams. Now, you should. Her reaction teams are much better than her non-reaction teams, but some people don't want to. Some people want to play specific other characters. Some people want to play her in a Shuttler's team. They're like, sure, whatever. If that's the case for you, Mailed Flower will not be as good. And listen, okay, like, yeah, sure, alright, like, I haven't changed my mind on the idea that, like, if you just don't want to play a reaction team, you don't have to, like, sure, but, like, please don't play non-reaction MAVUIKA teams. Like, please don't do that to yourself.
her best free-to-play option is gonna instead be something like Tidal Shadow. Now, Rain Slasher in Vape teams is going to be a good alternative for people who didn't get Mailed Flower in the event, but it's not really even better than Mailed Flower in most situations. So if you have Mailed Flower, I'd focus on that. But Rain Slasher can still work. Now, like I said earlier when I talked about Wolf's Gravestone, she tends to have an issue with attack percent stat sticks, and then on top of that, there's not that much of her damage coming from her elemental skill in teams where you're using her as the main carry, and so Earthshaker will not be too great. It can be fine in teams where you're using her as an off-fielder, but I would rarely consider this over Tidal Shadow. Talking Stick is a fine 4-star option that's going to tend to be competitive in reaction teams with Mailed Flower, but not even much better, but it will pull ahead a little bit of Tidal Shadow in non-reaction teams. And then finally, Blacklift. If you're averaging out Blacklift stacks to like 1 or 1.5, Blacklift is a pretty solid option overall, because obviously a crit stat stick is better than an attack stat stick. The main issue is that MAVUIKA does enough damage that enemies won't survive past the first rotation, and a very large portion of her damage is concentrated at the start of the rotation, which means that averaging, or that looking at 1 average stack or 1.5 average stack on Blacklift is actually, in my opinion, a bit overly optimistic. I don't think that's particularly reasonable. By that. So because of that, I'm not too positive on Blacklift, but if you don't have Mailed Flower, you don't have Tidal Shadow in non-reaction teams, and you have a Blacklift available, then yeah, you can use it. It'll be fine. But it's not...
It is also worth noting that Blacklift has drip. It just looks good, alright? And like, if that's what you care about, go ahead. I'm not gonna stop you.
Really what I gravitate toward. Artifact sets. Use Codex. Now you might be thinking, Zajef, you buffoon. Obsidian Codex only lasts for 6 seconds when consuming Night Soul points. MAVUIKA's burst says MAVUIKA's various actions will no longer consume Night Soul points during her burst. Why would I use Codex when it doesn't even have 100% uptime? Well, Codex is just that good. Even without 100% uptime, it's better than the alternatives because so much of her damage is front-loaded. What are the other alternatives? Obviously, you have Maréchaussée, good in Farina teams. It is worse than Codex, however, it's not that much worse. Some people might be thinking, well, she's a character that doesn't care about energy, so surely Shimenawa's is going to be good with her, right? About that. If the character has 15 or more energy, guess which character cannot have more than 0 energy? Oh yeah, wait, right. Oops. Yeah, Shimenawa's doesn't work on her. Obviously, if you're playing her in a burning team for some reason, you could use Unfinished Reverie, but don't play her in a burning team. Other than that, you could consider putting her on Vermilion, on Gilded, and then on a bunch of 2-piece stuff. But really, all of those end up being pretty similar to one another, where they're just, you can do it if you want, but it won't be nearly as good as her actual good sets. So, 2-piece, or 4-piece, whatever. Okay. That's for when you're using her as a carry. Now, when you're using her as a support, it opens up a few new things. The first one is Scroll of the Hero of Cinder City, and the reality is that Cinder City is not actually good on her. The main reason for that is because there is very little reason to play MAVUIKA in teams where there's no other Natlan character. And she does so much damage that you often rather have the other Natlan character on Cinder City instead of her. Now that being said, you can still put her on Cinder City in teams where, for example, you're using her with Kenichi. But then with Kenichi specifically, there's the issue of applying Pyro on a burning enemy not counting as a reaction, which means that you can only proc it once and then you can't ever proc it again. You can look at Milani teams, but the best Milani teams will use Shilonen, and you'd want Shilonen on Cinder City. Although you could also do MAVUIKA on Cinder City, Shilonen on Petra. And all in all, Cinder City, often a fine option, but rarely better than Codex. So what is her best support set as a support? Well, it's Codex. Most of the time it's Codex. Her burst initial hit does so much damage that having Codex for that is kind of just enough. Other than that, you can also use her on Golden Troop.
Nothing to really change here.
But it's like not great because a good portion of her damage is coming from her burst, and Golden Troop doesn't affect that portion of her damage. Whereas Codex actually does affect a decent portion of her skill damage and all of her burst damage. Artifact stats. In a good amount of situations in her best teams, her optimal artifact distribution for main stats is not attack pyro crit. It's actually going to be EM pyro crit. She has so many sources of attack percent through her own kit and the supports she synergizes with, but very little, if any, sources of external EM buffs. Her reliance on Natlan units to generate fighting spirit is a pretty big obstacle to her potential synergy with characters like Sucrose, who are the usual reaction-focused EM buffers.
Yeah, so that's like half true. We'll talk about Sucrose a bit more when we get to the point of talking about teams, but Sucrose is actually one of her like good non-Natlan teammates. But we'll get back to that. Also, chat, I'll be right back. Okay, sorry. Let's keep going. Flavor mango.
And because of that, there are a lot of situations where your optimal sense is going to be EM. Now, if you're using an EM weapon like Mailed Flower, EM and attack sense tend to be very, very similar. But if you're not using an EM weapon, EM is actually often going to be her best stat for the sense. That being said, even when it is, it's not that far ahead of attack, so attack pyro crit is still going to be good. And more importantly, it'll work even when you fuck up your reactions or even when you play her in non-reaction teams. So if you want a more generic build, attack pyro crit will be completely fine for you. And finally, teams. Unfortunately, MAVUIKA's best team includes another unit that is getting released in the same patch, which means if we want to talk about MAVUIKA's best team, we need to very quickly give a rundown on Citlali's kit. Citlali is a cryo catalyst EM scaling shielder. She has not particularly good, but not completely negligible either damage output if she triggers melt on her burst. And she has fairly slow, but not insignificant, cryo application from off-field. The fact that she's a catalyst enables her to use TTDS, and the speed of her cryo application is enough to relatively reliably melt the first 2 reactable hits of MAVUIKA's charge attacks, and in very specific setups that are hard to replicate, potentially melt all 4 of the reactable hits of her spin during her burst.
So about that, you may already be aware of this if you watch either the first impressions video or the MAVUIKA combos video. But you can actually very reliably melt all 4 meltable hits. And we found combos that that actually have even more motion value than the default combo we initially looked at. So my initial understanding of it in the pre-release at the time was that you could do a 4 melts setup, but it was kind of unreliable. And in practice, you are more likely to just get a 2 melt setup like this. Isn't bad, but it's just whatever. Well, it's not just whatever, but like, anyways, that was my initial understanding of the combos. I didn't know that 4 melt setups were possible, but I thought they were a lot harder than they ended up being. However, as it turns out, The setups are a lot. Oh, you're being cringe right now. The setups are a lot easier than I thought they were gonna be, and they're actually easy enough that I think they're very, very reliable. Like, to me, I initially thought that 4 Melt was gonna be like Dragon Strike level of tryhard, but it's actually like Hu Tao Charge Attack Cancel level of tryhard, which is a level of tryhard that I think is reasonable to assume to be worth learning if you play the character. Citlali is going to tend to be part of MAVUIKA's best team. And for context, the way that her spins work out is you have time to do your initial hit, and then you have CA1, then 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. And then after that, you have the final hit. This can react, this can react, this can react, this can react, and this can react. And then I guess this can react as well, but this one matters a lot less because some of your buffs may have run out, and the burst buff will also have run out for this one. So when I talk about the 4 reactable hits, I'm talking about hits 1, 4, 5, and 8 of her charge attack. Because there's a decent amount of time between the burst initial hit and the first hit of charge attack, even with slow cryo application, you can react those 2 very reliably. And because there's 2 non-reacted hits after the first one, reapplying cryo even with a relatively slow cryo applicator will almost always happen. So these 3 hits are very easy to react. However, getting the reaction on the 5th hit means that you need to apply cryo specifically between the 4th and the 5th hit, which is only going to happen if you set it up properly, and it seems to be very difficult to set it up properly. So when I look at melt teams for MAVUIKA, I generally tend to separate them between the realistic 3 out of 5 reacts, or 2 out of 4 looking at just the charge attack hits, right? Versus the technically possible but most likely unreliable 4 out of 4 reacted hits. Yeah, so obviously a very obvious consequence of the fact that her combos are a lot easier to do than I expected them to be is going to be that the melt teams that will make use of those combos are a lot stronger than I expected them to be. And yeah, as it turns out, not just her Citlali teams, but all of her melt teams are significantly stronger than I thought they would be. Oh, okay, they're quite a bit stronger than I thought they would be. Also, her vape teams are significantly stronger than I thought they would be. Because there's also some very strong vape combos. In vape, you have a lot more wiggle room. You have a lot more room to work with when it comes to reacting stuff. In the sense that, well, one Hydro app lets you vape 2 pyro attacks versus the only one you would get from a melt. And what is that? Is that XDD? There's no fucking way you... Oh, shot, you redeemed X... Okay, whatever. Because you effectively or don't have to like slow down your application to make sure it happens at the right moments in vape teams, it allows you to use combos that just have more motion value, more multipliers in total. And as it turns out, after a bit of testing, we found out that you can do, or that her optimal combo when it comes to just the damage that you can do outside of your burst is C2D. So you get 2 hits of the bike spin, and then you dash, and then you repeat that over and over. And then on top of that, starting MAVUIKA's charge attack counts as a normal attack animation during her bike while she's on her bike, which means that the hydro abilities that trigger on normal attack start, like Singso and Yelan, will work with the C2D combo. And you'll be able to just do this. And keep going like that. So what that means is that not just the Melt teams, but also the Vape teams are stronger than I expected them to be.
When I say that Citlali is looking to be MAVUIKA's best partner, I'm talking about a 2 out of 4 react. Even with reacting only 2 out of 4, it is looking like Citlali is going to be part of MAVUIKA's best team. However, the difference between Citlali and your other alternatives is not actually that high. It's a fairly small difference. That being said, if you do end up getting a 4 out of 4 react, the difference between Citlali and others will be sizable. But I really don't think it's going to be reliable enough to assume that as a
it is reliable enough
way
to
that the
assume
team is
that.
going to get played. Now that we have Citlali out of the way,
the best MAVUIKA team is like a noticeable amount stronger than the second best team. That being said, I'm recording this post-release on the 14th of January, which means we are still in the 5.2 Abyss. The Abyss reset hasn't happened yet. And this Abyss is awful for MAVUIKA. Her best team, right? The Bennett, MAVUIKA, Bennett, Chilon, and Citlali doesn't have a good way to break the Pyro shield for the Cucusaur on the first side. And it doesn't have a bow user that can easily knock down the Aeon Blight Drake for the second side. Now, you can kill the Aeon Blight Drake without knocking it down, and technically there are ways that Citlali can bring down the Drake, but they're so cringe. God, they're cringe. Oh, goodness. But yeah, so right now, her best team is probably not her best team, right? Her best team, as of recording this, in the current Abyss, is probably a team that uses either Hydro or a bow user. And because of that, I'd say that it's probably between a double cryo team with Diona or a vape team with Yelan. But that's just for this Abyss because this Abyss is very restrictive.
Okay. What does a usual MAVUIKA team look like? You really want Bennett because Bennett's really good, and then you really want Natlan characters that have some form of synergy with her. When looking at MAVUIKA carry teams, Citlali will be good, Chilonen will be good, and then Auron will only be good in Chevreur's teams. We'll talk about Chevreur's teams separately.
Okay, that's not actually true. Auron is a fine Fighting Spirit generator in vape teams if you don't have Chilonen. I would rather run Auron versus Kachina. Either of them is going to be significantly, noticeably worse than Chilonen. But if I have to choose between the two, I'd lean more towards Auron.
Which means that your main two fighting spirit generators that you're gonna see are Chilonen and Seatlali. Now, what if you didn't get Chilonen and you don't have enough primos to get both MAVUIKA and Seatlali? You're going to see a massive difference between her performance and what you'll see on other people's accounts who have either Chilonen or Seatlali. The reality is that it is going to be noticeable. That doesn't mean she's going to be unplayable. MAVUIKA, much like every other character in the game, spawns in Abyss with her burst fully up, right? Whereas for other characters, it means that they start with full energy. For MAVUIKA, it means that she starts with full fighting spirit. On top of that, she is definitely strong enough to be able to one-rotate a good amount of the content. Because of that, as long as you're willing to separate your clears instead of doing a continuous clear, like tackling chamber 1, then resetting, doing chamber 1, but then at the end, stacking your fighting spirit back up by using a MAVUIKA's skill and waiting, and then starting chamber 2 with 200 again, and then repeating the same thing for chamber 3. As long as you're willing to do that, MAVUIKA will have very strong teams with no other Natlan characters. However, doing that is incredibly unpleasant, and I would not recommend it. It's just something that you can do if you really want to make MAVUIKA work, but you don't have other Natlan characters. I'd say that if you really, really insist on playing MAVUIKA and you don't have the other Natlan characters, you're probably better off just using Kachina and taking the massive L. Now, because Seatlali is coming out of the
unfortunately,
same patch,
that is true. Yeah. Aware.
Good amount of people that are only going to get one of MAVUIKA or Seatlali, which means that for most, the default core for MAVUIKA is going to be MAVUIKA, Bennett, Chilonen. Or rather, Bennett, MAVUIKA, Chilonen. The BMX core. Once you have your BMX core, what is the last slot going to be? You have a few options. Option number 1, Copium, I don't have Seatlali, but I want to play Melt anyways. And your last slot is just a cryo unit. Most likely, you're going to get at most 2 reactions. But honestly...
Okay, so, I talked about this in the combos video, but there are, just like, as I was wrong about how easy it is to get the setups for 4 melts with Seatlali, there are other cryo units that can also get 4 melts. There are cryo units that can't. And there is one and a half. I'm still not sure about Ganyu. I haven't seen a good Ganyu setup with 5 melts. But, whatever. There is one character that can get 5 melts, not just 4. Which is Kaya. I'm not sure about Ganyu. I think it might be possible. I haven't seen anyone do it, but I also haven't tried it enough to be confident in denying it. Where the heck? The setup is much easier at C6 on Kaya than if you don't have C6, but it's still technically possible without it. But anyways, let me see if I can do it even. That was not it. Sorry. It's been a while since I tried it, so I forgot what you're supposed to do. Wait. Alright, let's try again. Oh right, that was wrong as well. That was very clearly wrong. Fuck. was the right setup, but the execution wasn't good enough. He'll be fine. I'll get it. I'll get it. I will not give up. Oh my god, I fucking... Maybe I should give up. I could just ask the editors to use the footage from the combos video. I don't want to give up. I'm a stubborn fucking idiot. There we go. We got it. Very cool. I don't know why I tried to start a second rotation. That was not it, but whatever. Wait, let me actually check some. No, I'm an idiot. War again. Yeah, I don't... That might be asking for too much. Yeah. Alright, whatever. You can use the clip I did, whatever. Anyways. All this to say, the cryo options outside of Citlali are a lot less scope than I thought they were. Mainly because the gap in power between my initial pre-release perception of Melt versus post-release is bigger than the gap in power of my initial perception of Vape versus post-release. Because you can get more melts than I thought you could. And so the melt teams are a lot, even without Citlali, are much better than I gave them credit for. And I'd say that, like, you can make it work fairly well with Rosario, with Kea. Kea, I'd say, is by far the best one because of his ability to get 5 instead of 4. But it's a bit hard to actually get 5, so it's not necessarily, like, insane. But then Rosario also works fairly well. So, yeah.
It's still gonna be fine. Right, if you're using Rosaria or Kea, hell, even Diona maybe. Although with Diona you might only get 1 melt. So BMX plus Citlali, best team. BMX plus Cryo, other than Citlali, solid. BMX plus Hydro. What Hydro characters work well with her? Well, her normal attacks aren't particularly good. Her charge attacks are amazing. That means she's not gonna be too good with Xingqiu or Yelan.
Yeah, so I already said why that's fucking wrong. Idiot Zajef. How dare you be wrong in your pre-release? You complete fucking buffoon. You. Imbecile. Idiot. Fool.
Does that leave you? It leaves you with Farina. BMX plus Farina is likely going to be the best non-Citlali team, and from what I've looked at, I'm expecting this to be very similar to the BMX plus Citlali team when you're comparing 4 React Farina, because obviously it's really easy to get 4 reacts when you're vaping instead of melting, 2 react Citlali. Now, because with Citlali your damage is more front-loaded and more focused on MAVUIKA herself, it means it scales better with investment. In practice, most people will see better performance on the BMX Citlali team than the BMX Farina team. But if you don't have Citlali and you do have Farina, you'll still be able to get most of the value out of MAVUIKA. Now, yeah, so like I already said, the Citlali team is better than expected, so the gap is a bit bigger. But yeah, also, I think the biggest issue with Farina teams is, honestly, you feel the HP drain. Like, you feel a lot squishier in those teams. And also, Farina slows down your rotations. Farina skill being 20-second cooldown means that you'll have to wait for it to come back like an idiot. And as it turns out, there is a Hydro unit that allows you to not have to deal with that. Yelan's burst cooldown is the same as MAVUIKA's burst cooldown, which means that Yelan is not slowing down your rotations. In my experience, obviously, like I said earlier, Yelan is very good in MAVUIKA teams in this Abyss because it incentivizes bow users on the second side, and pyro carries just don't feel good in general on the first side because there's a lot of pyro resistant enemies. In my experience, Yelan has felt a lot better to play than Farina. I actually think Yelan is better. And this is coming from, like, the biggest Yelan hater on planet Earth, okay? Like, I'm a huge Yelan hater in general, but Yelan actually does feel great with MAVUIKA. And Xingqiu doesn't feel that great, because slowing down your rotations by 3 seconds is actually a pretty big deal. And then on top of that, MAVUIKA doesn't need resistance to interruption. Which is crazy. Like, if you've ever been on this channel before, you'll know that me saying negative things about Xingqiu and positive things about Yelan is very extraordinary. It doesn't happen very often. So when it does happen, you know it's fucking yeah. Anyways, Xingqiu is still good with her. Don't get me wrong, but. If you don't have Chilonen, you can do, obviously, if you're gonna end up getting Citlali, BM Citlali. Your last slot, you have a few options. You can use another Natlan characters because MAVUIKA plus Citlali is not enough to completely max out your fighting spirit. So you can use something like Kachina here. But honestly, even if you don't max it out with MAVUIKA plus Citlali, you're getting somewhere between 160 and 190 without too much of a problem. And so you're generally going to be better off using a different character that does something else. Sucrose is going to be a great option here. Kazuha as well, but obviously Sucrose's shorter animations are going to matter a lot more in teams like this where you have to cast multiple abilities after Bennett Burst. You don't want to eat into your Bennett uptime too much, so shorter cast time characters like Sucrose will tend to perform a little bit better. But if you care about the grouping think Kazuha can still be very good, right? I'll just use Animo here. I'm not going to separate the two, but it'll also be good. Other than that, you can do double Cryo, right? You benefit from Cryo Resonance, but then you get the same potential issue as you do with crit rate weapons, especially if the other Cryo you use ends up being Rosaria, which gives 15% crit rate herself. Now, I don't know exactly how the application lines up if you use Diona. Obviously, the EM buff you get from Diona will be very nice. So, Diona enables 5 melt setups as well, but they're just as hard as the 5 melt setups with Kaya, so they're not, like, entirely reliable. I'm not saying Diona by herself, I'm saying Diona with Citlali. How? I mean, I talk about it, I think I showed it in the combos video. How much EM does Diona provide? 200. That was ass. That's fine, don't talk about it. Wait, I kind of want to check something, actually. That was too slow. Because I got something earlier that kind of felt... that was kind of weird. Oh, never mind. Actually, maybe what I'm trying to test wouldn't work here anyways. Fuck. Because when I was doing the event earlier, at one point, I managed to get the burst to hit before the skull explosion, not after. And I think it was my first time doing that. And I wonder if it's just because, like, that's something that's possible at really low ping. It doesn't seem reliable, at least, but I'm pretty sure it happened. I guess I'm not entirely sure. I don't know, I feel like it did. I do that by starting with Bennett. That will not change anything. Literally. It doesn't matter who you like. The only part that matters here is the time between your Citlali burst and your MAVUIKA burst. And it's not like I'm swapping to Bennett in between those. So like you're talking out of your ass. Sorry.
I have to do gold, otherwise it gets one shot. But we did get it there. So I'm wondering. I'm wondering if I could. I'm wondering if I could get a 5 melt setup then. A 5 melt setup with Seat Lally might actually be possible. At really low ping. Fuck! I had it! Okay, let's go back to this one and lose some damage. Should be enough. Like frame perfect? Yeah, it seems like it. I think that was too slow. Yeah. That was too slow for sure. $2025 game with no input buffering, true. Too slow. That might be it. No, too slow. It's so tight. Maybe? No. Chat, don't be weird. Come on, man. I believe in you. You can do better than that. Oh. No. Okay, I honestly have no idea why this one didn't work. I thought this one was fast enough. That was not it. Wait. It was it? Oh my god, we just got a fucking 5 melt setup with Seat Lally. Right? Did we still have burst on the last hit? I'm not sure. I'm not entirely sure. I need a clipper. I'll clip myself. We did. Yeah, that's a 13k. That's 16. Yeah, we still had burst. Oh my god. I don't think that's possible over like 80. Oh, I'm pretty sure this is impossible above like 30 ping. Because it feels like I have to be frame perfect at 20. I wonder if I can get it twice in a row. Nope. No, we cannot. But still, we tried. We had a horizontal and vertical investment, now we have geographical investment. True! Anyways, let's keep going with this. That part, none of this mattered, by the way, editors. Just letting you know. If you can reliably get 4 applications with Diona, it'll be a good team. If not, it'll be still fine. Otherwise, you can use Rosaria, you can probably use Kaya, you can probably use Ganyu. You probably have, honestly, a bunch of options here. This will also be quite good. Looking at her carry teams, the best ones are gonna be between BMX Citlali, BMX Farina, BM Citlali and Animo, and BM Citlali Cryo. Like, these are gonna be the 4 best general MAVUIKA teams. Now, what if... Yeah, that with the asterisk of BMX Farina actually just being BMX plus Hydro. Hate Bennett. What are your options? You can do Farina, Citlali, Shilonen. The issue with something like this is that against bosses that can't be frozen, having both Hydro and Cryo off-fielders to enable your reactions on your pyro characters, it means that anytime you trigger freeze on the boss, you wipe your aura, and if you apply... Yeah, so actually, I was wrong here. Not in that this team is actually good against bosses, but actually in that this team is actually also ass against non-bosses. I kind of forgot that MAVUIKA was a Claymore, and Claymore users have blunt attacks. And blunt attacks against frozen enemies trigger Shatter before they trigger Melt. And if you shatter off the frozen aura, and you don't have an underlying aura... Wait, I say it right after? Do I? Apply power right after that, you just lose your reaction, which is not ideal. Which is why I don't tend to like these teams too much. However, against any freezable enemies, instead of freeze wiping your aura, it generates a frozen aura, which can act as a cryo aura to let your pyro character trigger Melt. Oh wait, yeah, actually, maybe... Is MAVUIKA stuff blunt? Shit, it is blunt. Yeah, I don't like this at all. Never mind, chat, I was wrong. In that I wasn't actually wrong. I corrected myself, but I wasn't wrong to begin with. So I apologize for correcting myself here. My bad. My bad. Sorry. The aura is gonna work in a situation like this one. Your Hydro aura will effectively only allow you to react either your Cryo or your Pyro hits. Which means that if you hit with Cryo and then Pyro on an enemy that had a Hydro aura, you won't get a reaction on your Pyro hit. That'll be a pain in the ass. However, that doesn't mean that non-Bennett teams have no options. You can play Shilonen, Citlali, and a second Cryo unit. You can play Animo. Yeah. I wouldn't recommend those particularly over the Bennett ones, but if you don't want to use Bennett, they will probably be your best option. Yeah, I'd say that if you really don't want to use Bennett, I would lean towards the Animo a lot more than towards the second Cryo. One thing you may notice is that we've only mentioned one team that doesn't use Citlali. Or I guess technically 2 teams. Does that mean she's bad if you don't have Citlali? No. Her numbers are kind of crazy. Yeah, so that was back before I realized that Yelan and Singtel worked. She's a lot less restricted in her non-Citlali teams than I thought she would be. And even her bad teams are going to be pretty good. In terms of output, you can expect more out of MAVUIKA than honestly any carry before her at C0 or 0.
And then on top of that, she has a fairly strong signature and pretty good constellations. So at equal, like, whaling levels, you can expect very good results out of her compared to pretty much anyone. Will she be better? Not necessarily. Her animations are really, really long. Her burst animation is really long. And that means that when you're looking at like really high investment speedrun stuff, she won't necessarily be faster than the characters that have really quick setups and really high damage. But looking at the like total damage that she does, as of now, MAVUIKA is looking like a character that is definitely strong enough to make it so that if you don't have her good teams and you like her, you'll still be able to pull for her without her feeling like complete garbage to play. You'll still be able to clear your stuff without too much of an issue because she's strong enough for that. And if you don't care too much about characters and you care more about what they provide as units, she is going to be one of the better carries to go for. That is only the case if you have the good Natlan characters that work well with her though. In any case, I need to explain why so far I've only mentioned reaction teams. So if you look at a character like Arlecchino, who is probably the best example of a pyro character that is good in reaction teams, but not reliant on those reactions to be good. Looking at her motion value before it's getting affected by reaction modifiers, about a third of her damage is reactable. About 1 in every 3 attacks can be reacted. That's more or less the like default damage distribution between reactable and non-reactable damage for a character to be able to gain about as much from being played in reaction teams as they can from being played in non-reaction teams with other characters that have better synergy outside of those reactions. MAVUIKA, on the other hand, it's closer to half. But then on top of that, there's also the fact that seeing as her skill doesn't snapshot, a lot of this damage, which is, I mean, I guess technically it's reactable, but it's not going to be reacted in those reaction teams where you're playing her as a carry. Well, I guess it can be, but whatever. In like C-value teams where the E off-field hits won't be reacted, the distribution of reactable stuff looks like this. But a good portion of this non-reactable damage is also not getting your Bennett buff, and maybe not even your shred. So it's actually more than half of your damage that's reactable. And then if you're playing her in a team where you have much better application of your other elements, so a Farina team, for example, you can vape a good portion of your skill hits, which makes your reactable portion of her damage closer to 2/3 of her damage. Because of that, it means that she's a lot more reliant on being played in reaction teams to get the optimal output she can get. Or, in other words, she loses more damage from being played in teams where those reactions aren't happening. That's the main reason why the Chevaleur's MAVUIKA teams aren't going to be quite as good. Now, does that mean they're bad? No. They're actually still...
I'll open it. I'll look at it later.
Still gonna be fairly strong. However, Chevaleur's teams tend to rely on constellations on the 4 stars a decent amount. And MAVUIKA Chevaleur's is really nothing special if you don't have high constellation Chevaleur's and Oreron. If you have both of them, the team is like 30% better. In any case, Chevaleur's teams from fine to good, depending on your constellations on your 4 stars. Then Monopyro, okay. Not gonna be as good as the reaction teams, but it'll be better than a Chevaleur's team with all your stuff C0. So now we can talk about those teams where you're using her as a support. Looking at MAVUIKA's skill versus Chanling's burst, if that's all you look at, MAVUIKA's a bad off-fielder. However, MAVUIKA's burst is so f***ing good. There are a lot of teams where you're currently playing Chanling that could actually become better, or at least like have a new alternative that's a side grade with MAVUIKA's release, just because of how strong her burst is. So let's go through a few of them and talk about the pros and the cons. First, Kanich. As of now, there are no Dendro or Pyro characters in Natlan outside of Kanich, which means that if you're playing a carry Kanich team, you don't have a Dendro or Pyro character that can wear Cinder City. MAVUIKA will change that. However, MAVUIKA's long animations start mattering a lot in Kanich teams. Obviously, in those Kanich teams, it's going to be much harder to end up triggering a reaction on MAVUIKA's burst, which makes it harder to justify spending a lot of your uptime, right? Because you want to use it after your Bennett buff, but then it's not getting reacted, and the damage gained from using MAVUIKA's burst becomes much smaller. Kanich already struggles with Bennett uptime, and Bennett buff often tends to run out towards the end of his animation of Kanich's uptime. Because of that, while MAVUIKA will be an upgrade to Kanich's teams, there is a lot of anti-synergy that prevents her from being a sizable one. On top of that, Pyro MC is also going to be a reasonable option for Kanich teams, which makes it very difficult for me to recommend pulling for MAVUIKA if the goal that you're trying to achieve is improving your Kanich team. It's going to be a much smaller increase than getting a Kanich constellation or weapon. And if what you're looking for is a new team, Pyro MC will give you that. That being said, I do still think you can play MAVUIKA in Kanich teams with Farina in solo Dendro Kanich. And I do think it'll be alright in those teams because Farina allows you to vape MAVUIKA's burst, but it's still not going to be the best. when you're playing Burgeon teams instead of Burning teams with Kanich, you tend to trigger his Ascension passive a bit less, and triggering his Ascension passive less, right? The
Honestly,
passive,
there's not that much to say about Ganesh. Like, it's fine.
it gives them 7 nice soul
alright.
points when enemies get affected by Burning or Burgeon. Triggering this less means you can do less total skills. Now, when things line up well, it won't be too big of a deal, but when things don't line up well, not only do you get less damage from Kanich, but you spend less Night Soul because you generated less Night Soul, which means Mawika's burst is also doing less damage. Now, it'll still be good, but it can be a bit more of an issue because Mawika's skill has much slower power application, which means that she's going to trigger Burgeon much less reliably than Changeling does in the Bennett Changeling Farina Kanich team. All of that being said, Mawika will still be an upgrade to Kanich teams, just not a particularly major one. And like I mentioned
Can you even get 5e with Farina Kanich Mawika? Probably not.
earlier, Cinder City doesn't actually work if you apply Pyro to a burning enemy. If you apply Pyro to an enemy that only has a Dendro Aura, it will trigger Cinder City. However, once the enemy is burning, unless you apply like Hydro, Cryo, or Electro, right, the elements that react with Pyro to enemies, the Pyro Aura will effectively never disappear, which means you can only trigger Cinder City once in your whole fight. And so you can struggle with second rotation uptime, and your damage can go down on the second rotation in a way that can make the team a lot worse. In any case, for Kanich, it'll be a minor upgrade. Next, Molani. The main thing that Molani is good at right now is speedruns. Mawika won't be a particularly sizable upgrade to Molani's speedrun teams. The reason for that is because Molani's speedruns are so fast already that Mawika's burst animation is gonna double the clear time. That being said, Molani's biggest problem is that her quality of life f***ing sucks. Molani feels bad to play in a lot of situations. One of the biggest reasons for that is because her best teams tend to use Xiangling as a solo Pyro unit, and Xiangling ER requirements are a massive pain in the ass. Mawika won't have that issue. In other words, when it comes to speedrunning, I don't see Mawika being a particularly sizable upgrade. It'll be an upgrade at certain levels of investment where your clears aren't already like 6 seconds long. Like, I'm not saying it won't be an upgrade to speedrunning Molani at all, but it won't be an upgrade in every speedrunning Molani team. But more importantly, it'll be an upgrade to like when you're not at speedrun level investment, or you don't want to reset for good grouping RNG, whatever. But just general gameplay Molani, I expect Mawika to feel much better to play than Xiangling for those Molani teams. And so the biggest upgrade that Molani teams are going to get from Mawika is massive quality of life. Chaska? Xiangling is currently part of one of Chaska's best teams. You don't get full value out of Chaska's passive when you're doing double Pyro, but it doesn't matter because Xiangling's good enough to be there anyways. Does Mawika work in that slot? Yeah, she works pretty damn well. And she should be an upgrade to Xiangling in the slot. Next up, Navia. So
Yeah,
currently,
I didn't mention Citlali for Chaska, right? Same team, but with Citlali here, is also a very good Chaska team. Arguably Chaska's best team now. The biggest issue with a team like that is that if you're playing Bennett, Mawika, and Citlali, Chaska's worse than Sucrose in this slot. But like, have fun with it. But like, yeah.
damn well. And she should be an upgrade to Xiangling in the slot. Next up, Navia. So currently, Navia teams tend to be split between double Pyro, Bennett Farina, and double Hydro. Technically, there's also double Pyro with Farina, with solo Geo Navia. That is also good, but it tends to be a bit less popular.
I can't believe I didn't mention Xianyu and Navia. That's crazy,
because
dude.
people like seeing big numbers on Navia herself, and not having Geo Resonance makes that worse. With Mawika's release, she will be a viable alternative in the double Pyro, but she will also enable Mawika Farina as an additional alternative. The main thing I'm a little unsure about is how the teams are going to actually end up playing out. In my eyes, Mawika does so much damage that I don't know if you actually want to just use her burst and then swap out. I feel like there's a solid chance, like when you swap to Navia, do tap E into hold E, and then actually spend time on Mawika and spin, which is effectively a double carry team. And honestly,
Yeah, from what I've seen, those teams tend to have very flexible rotations in practice, where you kind of just go off the vibe. Sometimes you'll stay on Mawika for longer, sometimes you won't, sometimes you'll do your 2 E's in quick successions on Navia, sometimes you'll stay on her for a bit longer. It kind of just depends on the scenario.
I expect it to be pretty solid. It's pretty much off-field Navia. Either way, it'll be good, and it'll give you more options for your Navia teams.
Yep.
Next up, support in Chevaleur's teams. I'm not as big of a fan of this one, though I don't think it's necessarily going to be bad. I think people are still sleeping on EM Xiangling in Chevaleur's teams when you're looking at electro carries, but It will be good. Her cooldown being 18 seconds, but that's 2 seconds shorter than Channeling. This will allow you to do shorter rotations for electro carries that want that, like Clarin, for example, who definitely does like the idea of getting slightly shorter rotations. The downside is that it kind of forces you to use Auron. Like, having to use Auron over actually having freedom to choose who you want to use is going to be more restrictive. I think this is the sort of stuff that is more likely to get better in the future once we get actual Natlan, Electro, or Pyro carries that can use MAVUIKA as a unit in those teams. What else? Risley teams? It'll be okay. It's likely to be...
Yeah, you don't have to use Auron. You can use Fischl, but like, you know, it is what it is, I guess. Like, if that's what you do, then you run into the issue of MAVUIKA effectively not having a burst every other rotation. Right, so you have to choose either I can't play Fischl, which means I lose out on a lot because Fischl is really good, or I can't get full value out of my MAVUIKA. The point I was making here isn't that the teams are bad, it's that there is room for the teams, the Sugar's MAVUIKA teams, to be much better with future unit releases.
Be an upgrade over Xiangling in a few of them, and then the question becomes, does the team just become better if you put Risley on TTDS and ignore everything other than the melt on the initial hit of MAVUIKA and just spin on her? And honestly, it might be, which is the biggest problem. It's not that it's gonna be bad, it's just that such a waste of MAVUIKA's potential. Neuvillette teams, like I talked about earlier, for Neuvillette teams, MAVUIKA's slower Pyro app means that she won't be able to overtake Neuvillette's app. However, because Neuvillette only vapes a small-ish portion of his damage, that's not really a big deal. It's something you're kind of okay with. And so MAVUIKA is a damage bonus character, like a damage percent buff character, that has a bit of personal damage, and as such, she's a fine option in Neuvillette teams. When I say she's a fine option in Neuvillette teams, I'm not saying that the Neuvillette teams using her will only perform fine, because there's no such thing as a Neuvillette team that only performs fine, but I hope you get what I'm saying here. I wouldn't try to...
I think the Neuvillette teams are probably a little bit better than I gave them credit for. She's just a pretty reasonably strong option for Neuvillette teams. Feels pretty good.
Force Neuvillette vape teams, right? I would generally stick to Neuvillette Farina teams that where you just get vapes on a little bit of MAVUIKA's damage as a nice little bonus to her being there. I guess Monopyro as a support. I talked about Monopyro as a carry, but you play Xiangling and Monopyro as a support, so we can talk about MAVUIKA and Monopyro as a support. And the biggest issue with this is I don't think there's a single Monopyro team that uses MAVUIKA as a support that's better than staying on MAVUIKA and using her charge attack. So I'm not convinced about this one. But it's kind of like the Risley stuff. Just because you're not capitalizing on all of her strengths doesn't mean that the team will struggle to clear stuff. It'll still be good. Now, Burgeon. I haven't talked about Burgeon yet. Like, pure Burgeon stuff with, like, double Hydro Nahi Dust or something like that. Or double Hydro on-field Baiju. It'll be okay. She's not going to be a better trigger than, like, Toma. But realistically, as long as you vape her burst, if you just ignore the Burgeon damage, it'll probably do more damage. Just because she's just that good. But, like, it's not really a Burgeon team. Ganyu? I think that the effect on Ganyu teams will be very similar to the effect on Molani teams, where Xiangling does not feel good to play in Ganyu teams because of her ER requirements, and Molani's gonna make the teams feel a lot better to play. However, Ganyu charge attacks are actually a little bit faster than every 2 seconds, so I'm not entirely sure if things can end up lining up well enough. I think in practice, as long as you are careful that, like, if the timing doesn't line up, you just hold off for less than half a second before you shoot, it shouldn't be too much of a problem. I think it'll be good, but it'll also be a big quality of life buff. I guess we can talk about Xianyun.
No.
Xianyun with her is like Xianyun with Harlequino. Actually, it's worse than Xianyun with Harlequino. Because at least Xianyun with Harlequino, like, if you do less normal attacks, you spend less time doing normal attacks, it means that a larger portion of your normal attacks will be dealt with high bond of life. Like if you only do 10 normal attacks instead of 18, the 8 normal attacks you're losing out on are the 8 normal attacks you would do with 50 or less bond of life remaining, or like 60 or less bond of life remaining, which do less damage than the ones you already did. With MAVUIKA, you don't even have a downside to attacking more, so it's just even stupider. Don't do that to yourself.
Yeah.
I guess Raiden, do you understand how
Thank you.
Raiden works? Energy cost? Child, it won't be ideal. It's not really the sort of stuff you're looking for. It'll function, I guess, but it probably won't be better than channeling Hu Tao. Rational has seen a lot less play lately because Hu Tao has been given more options. But honestly, it's gonna be alright. It should be an upgrade to channeling in the Rational. Will it be Hu Tao's best team? I don't know, but it'll be a good team. And the idea here is like, you would only burst every other rotation on MAVUIKA, but you still get like fine damage from the skill and the Cinder City buff. Yeah, I guess we can also include Kachina for the like carry stuff that I didn't include earlier. BM plus Kachina plus, I don't know,
Yeah.
I think that pretty much does it for the team.
I'd say that, like, when it comes to your default 4-star only, or not 4-star only, but your default, I'm relatively new to the game. I don't have a lot of 5 stars. Like, what are my baseline 4-star supports that I can use with MAVUIKA? I'd say that you want to go either for right, MAVUIKA, you definitely want Bennett. Either for Ororon Singto, like this, or Kachina Cryo. With either Rosario or Kaya.
Obviously, this is not an exhaustive list of every possible MAVUIKA team, but this is a list of the teams where I expect there to be a decent amount of people who want to consider playing MAVUIKA in those teams. All in all, MAVUIKA's a strong unit. Although,
doesn't Kachina application mess with melts? No, it does not. Oh, wait, why are you guys saying it messes with melt? Why would it mess with melt?
I guess, okay, I need to put an asterisk on this one. People often say that, like, when I say a unit is okay, it means they're really good. When I say a unit is good, it means they're broken. And when I say a unit is broken, it means they're Neuvillette. I want to, like, properly give context for this one. Compared to other carries, I think MAVUIKA is looking like she's not going to be better than Neuvillette, but she is arguably going to be better than every other carry.
Yeah, so that was my thoughts on her, with the assumption that 4 melt was unreliable, and that you could only reasonably expect 2 melt. Now, I'm really not so sure anymore. I'm not sure who I think is better between MAVUIKA and Neuvillette. I think, as a whole, Neuvillette is still better because he's not as reliant on Farina as MAVUIKA is reliant on Chilonen or Citlali. But, like, in their best case scenario, MAVUIKA's better. So I'm not too confident in that statement anymore.
Although that status of being better is reliant on you actually having the good Natlan teammates for her. If you don't, then she isn't. It's just nice that on top of that, she also has a good amount of teams where she's a good support, even though calling her a support when she's gonna do half the team's DPS just with her burst is maybe a bit dismissive, but whatever. But yeah, like she compared to other carries is definitely among the best, but she's not quite on the same level as Neuvillette, where I would consider Neuvillette to be strong enough of a carry to be considered even before the good supports. I don't think that's the case for MAVUIKA. I think good supports on your account are more important than MAVUIKA, even if you're like looking only at optimal pulling. Like, she's not anywhere close to the same level as Neuvillette when it comes to carries, even if there are going to be a few teams where she's doing more.
Yeah, I'd say that probably just depends on how much stuff you have on your account already.
I also don't expect her to feel good at all in this Abyss. Because, well, the Cubosaur is kind of a pain in the ass. You'll be able to take care of it with Farina if you play the Farina team, and then you'll be able to take care of this with Shilonen, but the first wave is 3 waves of pyro-resistant enemies, and then on the second side, you gotta deal with the Aeon Blight Drake, and she doesn't actually have a lot of teams that allow her to use bow users. In any case.
Thank you, Yulon.
All in all, I expect her to be a character that is, in terms of just power, one of the best carries. And in terms of pull value, she has a lot of overlap with other good characters. So I don't think she's that high pull value. I think if you already have a well-built Arlecchino, getting MAVUIKA won't necessarily be a big upgrade for you. And I guess if you're not looking for, like, specifically a new gameplay experience, if all you care about is the power of your account, you will see better results if you already have Arlecchino from pulling an Arlecchino Constellation or Signature versus pulling MAVUIKA. I really do think, like, the most important thing is to keep in mind that the Leyline disorder for the first Abyss reset after her release is insane for her. So you're gonna see omega inflated numbers, like, in that Abyss. But, yeah, so that's gonna be it for the pre-release. I'm looking forward to MAVUIKA a lot. I know that people are pretty disappointed with the bike. They think it looks out of place in that one. I understand what they mean, but I don't really care. The bike is the sort of stuff where, like, if I actually think about it, I agree. But I already know that while I'm playing, I'll just be like... And that's gonna be the only thing on my mind, so...
Yeah, I predicted accurately. My brain just starts zooming when I'm playing. Plus, with the fact that she actually has combos, and it actually matters how you do the combos. And again, right, if you want to know more, I posted a video about MAVUIKA combos a few days ago. Link in the description, I guess. But yeah, the fact that you can also occupy your brain with thinking about the combos like that, I just really don't care about the bike.
That's why I'm not too unhappy about it. And in terms of kit design, I do think it's hard to make an appealing Archon without infringing on either Shanling or Bennett's territory. So her kind of doing that for Shanling and almost a little bit on Bennett's territory as well with the damage, but like her doing that is not too surprising. And I do like that she does still feel different because so much of her damage is concentrated in her burst. I'm not too happy about the general trend of power creep that's like starting to solidify itself, but I mean it was gonna happen one day probably no matter what, and it's still not particularly egregious. Looking at all the...
Yeah, I think it is kind of egregious, actually. Again, right, that was with the understanding that 4-melt was unreliable. In reality, it's more egregious than I expected it to be.
Stuff that we've had since, I guess, Sumeru. Outside of Neuvillette, nothing is so powerful that it makes Hyperbloom feel underpowered. Because the things that have better output than Hyperbloom tend to have weaknesses in other areas. And I don't think that's something that's become false with MAVUIKA, but I do think we're starting to be on the edge. I think if she got released in her V1 state, I would have been really disappointed. I was happy to see the nerfs, and I think they're reasonable nerfs. But yeah, overall, I'm relatively happy with her. I'm excited to play with her. So that's gonna be it. As usual, I hope you learned a thing or two. I hope you enjoyed. Keep in mind this is a pre-release, which means everything is still subject to change. If you want to make sure to stay up to date with my thoughts on potential future changes, make sure you subscribe. If there's any major changes before release, I'll probably make a video on that. If there's minor changes, I will be sure to mention them in my first impressions video and in my post-release. So subscribe, keep an eye out for that, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Bye, YouTube.
Yeah, so I don't really have that much to add. I've already hammered the point home, I think, more than enough that she is stronger than anticipated. because of how much easier it is to do the 4 melt setups and because of the discovery of 5 vape setups. This is something that I've talked about on stream a few times, but I hope that MAVUIKA is not an indicator of an upcoming trend of power creep, but rather just the new broken character, and that they don't just keep making characters stronger and stronger. Right? Like, that's something, if you look at, like, characters that were released in Fontaine, you look at, like, Nevillet and Farina, and then you look at what was released after, and you're like, okay, you know, like, they gave a push at the start, but then they kind of calmed down. I hope that's the same thing's gonna happen for Natlan, but I mean, hey, who knows? What, sure, whatever. Anyways, that's gonna be it for the post-release. I hope you enjoyed. I hope you learned a thing or two. As usual, I will see you guys in the next one. Bye, YouTube. Okay, chat. I think that's gonna be it for today. I'm tired. I guess before, let editors know. Yeah, let me let them know. Recorded MAVUIKA post release. Someone wanted me to look at what's that. Conflict in Ziox. Man versus nature. Man versus society. Man versus technology. Man versus man. Man versus self. Man versus reality. Man versus God. Man versus no God. Man versus author. I don't get this one. Why is it man versus author? Please check the minus 15k. Alright. Fine. Fine. Whatever. Anyways. Chat, I'm going to post the Lantern Rite video. Lantern Rite selector video. As usual, if you can find it through YouTube, it helps more with the algorithm. It has been posted. If you're too lazy, I understand. I'll put the link in chat. Here it is, and I will